Chapter 143. Eunuch Gao was bringing this person to see the Empress Dowager, so he didn't dare to delay any longer. He didn't stand on ceremony with Xiaoman and smiled. All right, Miss Xiaoman, I'll be leaving first. Eunuch Gao strode forward. The short man beside him stared longingly at Xie Xiaoman for a moment before hurrying to catch up with him. After taking a few steps, he couldn't help but turn around and glance at Xie Xiaoman again. Her graceful back was still unspeakably beautiful, and his heart itched even more. He couldn't help but gasp and ask, Eunuch Gao, this girl is so graceful, who is she? Eunuch Gao frowned slightly when he heard his rustling voice. However, this was not someone he could afford to offend. His impatience quickly disappeared. Eunuch Gao tried his best to speak in an amiable tone. Oh, that is Miss Xiaoman, the Empress bodyguard. Hearing this, the man's face lit up and he asked, Are you my aunt's bodyguard? Eunuch Gao said, Of course, I wouldn't dare to lie to young Master Wu. The man was overjoyed and thought, So she's just a female imperial guard of my aunt. What female guard? She's just a maid who serves people. That's good enough. This man was called Wu Huing, a nephew of Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian's grandfather, Wu Huasheng, had 4 sons, Wu Rang, Wu Qi, Wu Ling, and Wu Yi. Wu Huing was the son of Wu Yi's 3rd son, Wu Anya. The 3rd branch only had 1 son, and he was the son of Wu Anya at an old age, so he was treated like a precious treasure and was raised like a little ancestor. Wu Huing was the son of Wu Anya at an old age. He was born with a weak constitution and often got sick. His family treasured him very much, and he didn't learn anything since he was young. His family only wanted him to live a long life, so they didn't dare to think too much about him. After Wu Zetian came to power, she gradually felt that she didn't have enough trusted aides, so she had to use a large number of people from the Wu family. But because the 3rd branch only had 1 son, and his health wasn't good, the family couldn't bear to let him become an official. Now that Wu Anya had passed away, there was no one in the family who could control this little tyrant. Under his repeated torment, they could only let him do as he pleased. Wu Huing wrote a letter to his aunt, Wu Zetian, expressing his wish to become an official. Wu Zetian happily agreed. Wu Huing immediately packed his luggage and left his hometown in Taiyuan, heading for Luoyang. Wu Huing had always been extremely arrogant at home, and he also knew that his aunt was equivalent to the emperor of the Tang dynasty. She was as high as the heavens, and no one could compare to her. In his eyes, everyone, including the princes and princesses of Li Tang's imperial clan, were all servants of his Wu clan, not to mention a little female guard. I'm going to ask Aunt to bring that graceful and handsome girl over. Thinking of Xie Xiaoman's cute face, Wu Huing began to look forward to the beautiful life in the future. After the snow, the palace was like a jade palace. The tall and majestic palace was completely covered under the pure white snow. Occasionally, a corner of the dazzling gold and jade could be seen, while the rest was hidden under the pure white. Even the beast on the eaves of the palace was like a jade sculpture. In the small courtyard of the Fragrance Palace, the winter plum blossoms were like beans in the snow, ready to bloom. Since ancient times, the imperial family loved to plant plum blossoms. The plum blossoms were undoubtedly a grand sight in winter. The plum blossoms in front of the fragrant hall were in full bloom. The dense flower buds that didn't have any green leaves stubbornly drilled out of the fluffy white snow. The petals were so tender that they were almost transparent like wax. From a distance they looked like crystal-clear jade beans. Under the old and twisted branches of the plum tree, Eunuch Gao was wearing a large cotton-padded jacket and sitting on a stone bench. He was excitedly talking to a few young eunuchs and the little palace made about the winter in his hometown. Eunuch Gao was one of Su Machu's people. He said with a nostalgic tone, "At that time, husband was only 9 years old. After the heavy snowfall, I went to the river with my older brother. The north was 10 times colder than here, and the river was frozen with a thick layer of ice. We used ice shards to pry them open and stones to smash a hole in the ice. Hey! The fat fish in the water were complaining that they didn't have enough air to breathe. Once the ice hole was smashed, the fat fish would rush to the surface of the water. It was very easy to catch them. Sometimes they would jump up on their own. We picked up a few fat fish and stewed them or roasted them when we got home. They were very fragrant. As he said this, Eunuch Gao licked his lips, as if he was a little greedy. Yang Fan carried his halberd and stood on the side, listening with a smile. He was the imperial bodyguard of the fragrant palace. However, when it was winter, the Empress Dowager didn't come here, so he had nothing to do every day. The palace guards who guarded the door would go to the gatehouse to warm themselves. Yang Fan liked to hang out with these eunuchs and palace maid. If he wanted to know the whereabouts of Shanghai Wanner, the best way was to go through these palace maid. Brother Yang, did you catch fish like this when you were young? A little palace maid glanced at Yang Fan and said with a smile. It was easy to strike up a conversation with a beautiful woman, and it was also easy to strike up a conversation with a handsome young man, especially in this place where there were more Yin and less Yang. A few young maids immediately turned to Yang Fan and pretended to be in high spirits, leaving Eunuch Gao aside. Yang Fan smiled shyly and said, "No, I was very honest when I was young. I didn't dare to shave ice to catch fish." A palace maid covered her mouth and laughed. "Erlang doesn't tell the truth, but you are honest. Who would believe you?" That day, I saw clearly how powerful Erlang was on the court, especially the last ball. The little palace maid became more and more excited as she spoke. Her little face was flushed, and she waved her hands and feet as she said, "Like this, like this, like this," a golden hook upside down, and then a spin in the air. She stood steadily, and then rushed forward, hugging Shangguan Daizhao. Eunuch Gao laughed and gave her a thumbs up, saying, "That's right. That kick was amazing, and everyone who saw it cheered. Hubby was there too, and he saw it clearly." A little palace maid said with a smile, "Erlang is the first man to touch Shangguan Daizhao's body. Does Shangguan Daizhao smell good?" Yang Fan touched his nose and smiled shyly, saying, "Look at what you're saying. At that time, I was sweating all over, so how could I smell good? Besides, my nose isn't that good. Even if there was a fragrance, I wouldn't be able to smell it." Another little palace maid said, "Oh, that's all you've got?" That was a solid support. If it wasn't for Erlang, Shangguan Daizhao would have fallen badly. A palace maid next to her curled her lips and said, "That's hard to say. Who knows if Shangguan Daizhao fell on purpose and waited for Erlang to support her." An older palace maid immediately said, "Damn it! How dare you bite Shangguan Daizhao's tongue?" The little palace maid stuck out her tongue and lowered her voice. She muttered in a voice that only she could hear, "She's already an old lady. I don't believe she doesn't want men." As soon as they talked about men and women, everyone became spirited. It was just a matter of taking the first step and helping the person up. There was nothing romantic or ambiguous about it. They were also particularly spirited as they chatted. The more they talked, the more energetic they became. Even Yang Fan, the person involved, was pushed aside and became an audience. Yang Fan and Eunuch Gao had no right to interrupt, so they both shut up and became an audience. At this moment, Xie Xiaoman walked in her deerskin boot. She stood in the middle of the courtyard and saw Yang Fan standing there with his halberd. She said, "Yang Fan." Yang Fan turned his head and saw her. He walked over with his halberd and asked lazily, "Xie Due, what can I do for you?" Xie Xiaoman raised her chin and said majestically, "There are a few guards in front of the emperor who are too lazy. The empress is very dissatisfied. She asked me to choose a few more guards to replace them. From today onwards, you will be on duty at the Hall of Martial Achievement." The Hall of Martial Achievement was the hall where the emperor listened to state affairs and summoned the ministers. After Wu Zetian became the ruler of the Guang dynasty, the Hall of Martial Achievement became the place where she listened to state affairs. To be on duty at the Hall of Martial Achievement was to work under the Empress' eyes. Naturally, it was not as free as the other palaces. The duties there were more important, the rules were stricter, and the salary was the same as the other guards. The guards regarded it as a dangerous path, and were unwilling to be chosen to serve in front of the emperor. However, there was one exception, and that was Yang Fan. Yang Fan was worried that although he was very close to the Shanghai Wanner, he could not find her whereabouts or see her shadow. This Miss Xiaoman unexpectedly provided him with such a rare opportunity. How could Yang Fan not be happy? Yang Fan was startled for a moment, then beamed with joy. He said, "Should I go now?" Xie Xiaoman slightly raised her chin, hoping to see frustration and annoyance on his face. She did not expect that Yang Fan was not the least bit displeased. In fact, he was very happy. Xiaoman was stunned. How can this be? Seeing that Yang Fan looked like he could not wait to take up his post, Xie Xiaoman was even more disappointed. She waved her hand disappointedly and said, "No need. It's almost evening, why do you still want to be on duty? Go find Zhu Bin and hand over your post. Come to the Hall of Martial Achievement tomorrow morning." She then walked away gloomily. Yang Fan smiled at her back and said in a loud voice, "Xiedue, take care." As soon as Xie Xiaoman left, the palace maids surrounded him. One of them said reluctantly, Erlang is going to be transferred to the Hall of Martial Achievement. It will not be easy for me to see you again." Some people felt it was unfair for him and said, "How can you transfer Erlang to Wuqing Hall? How can he be as free as he is now when he's on duty there? Erlang is a hero of our Tang Empire. Who in the palace doesn't know you? Tell Commandant Zhu that you don't want to go to Wuqing Hall. Commandant Zhu will definitely give you face." Yang Fan smiled and said, "What's there to be afraid of? I really don't have the chance to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. I will go to the Emperor and take on more tasks. That way, I will have a higher chance of promotion. I am still looking forward to being promoted to captain within 3 years." Immediately, another palace maid said quietly, "Second brother has great ambition. This is a good man. In the future, second brother will definitely achieve great things. I wonder which family's girl will have the good fortune to be my second sister-in-law in the future." Another palace maid laughed at her. "Oh, look at you sighing and sighing. My second sister-in-law? When did Erlang become yours? Don't tell me you want to be your own second sister-in-law?" The palace maid was embarrassed and annoyed. She said coquettishly, "What nonsense are you talking about? See if I don't tear your mouth." Chapter 144. The two palace maids giggled as they ran off one after the other. Yang Fan was somewhat embarrassed to hear this. After a while, it was time for him to be on duty. Yang Fan handed over his shift and went to the Imperial Guard office to hand in his duties. When Commandant Zhu saw Yang Fan, his expression was very unfriendly. The Imperial Army on duty and the eunuchs and palace maids were the two major groups that served the palace. Although these two groups were not at odds with each other, they were not at peace either. It was impossible to determine when this inexplicable antagonism had arisen. In any case, it had always been like this. Perhaps it was because these two groups had a natural relationship of mutual supervision. However, Yang Fan was an anomaly. He was greatly liked by the eunuchs and palace maids and was willing to mingle with them. This point alone displeased Zhu Bin. At the same time, Yang Fan was also an extremely popular character in the Imperial Army. Everyone was polite when they saw him, and he even stole the limelight from Commandant Zhu. Now that he knew that this Yang Fan had offended the Empress Dowager's Plum Blossom Guard, Xiedue, he could use this opportunity to teach him a lesson. When Yang Fan arrived and handed over his duties, Zhu Bin sat behind the desk and said with a straight face, "The Empress Dowager lacks someone to order around. Starting tomorrow, you will be transferred to Wuqing Hall to be on duty." Before Yang Fan respectfully handed over his duties, he smiled and said, "Yes, this lowly official understands. Zhu Bin sat cross-legged on the heated Kong and knocked on the desk a few times. In a low voice he said, "Be more serious. How can you continue to smile so cheekily in front of the Empress Dowager?" Yang Fan's smile disappeared. Zhu Bin snorted coldly and said, "At Wuching Hall, you will be working under the Empress Dowager's eyes. You must be careful in everything you do. If you cause trouble, even this official cannot protect you." "Yes, thank you for Xiedui's advice. This lowly official understands." Zhu Bin grunted through his nose and said, "Don't get carried away, young man. Among our Tang dynasty generals, not one of them became an official because they were good at bowing or playing the ball well. Shang Yuan Jiju, although you have helped our Tang dynasty gain fame and stole the limelight, now that you have entered the palace as a bodyguard, you have to forget about this glory. Don't be too frivolous and don't get involved with some palace maid. If you cause any scandal, you will lose your head." Yang Fan said with a smile, "Yes, County Commandant is right. I will remember it." When Zhu Bin saw him smile, he felt unhappy. He dragged his voice and lectured him again, "You?" Just as he was about to continue killing Yang Fan's spirit, the door curtain was lifted and a person flashed in from the outside. There was a stove in the room. Two of County Commandant Zhu's bodyguards were sitting by the stove warming themselves, smiling as they listened to the County Commandant reprimand Yang Fan. The person lifted the door curtain and brought in a gust of cold wind. The two bodyguards looked up unhappily. Because the light in the room was darker than outside, they didn't immediately recognize the person's identity. But the man put down the curtain and walked 2 steps in. Before they could see him clearly, they saw that he was wearing a warrior's robe, with a pair of white auspicious horses embroidered on his shoulders. The 2 imperial bodyguards immediately jumped up. In the Tang dynasty, generals wore robes and soldiers wore jacket. This person was wearing a martial robe, so he was a general. The martial robes of a general were all embroidered with images of lions and tigers. Among them, the military officials of the 3rd rank and above wore a pair of tigers for the left and right Wuwei guards, leopards for the left and right leopard guards, leopards for the left and right Yingyang guards, eagles for the left and right Jade Qian guards, eagles for the left and right golden guards, insects for the left and right golden guards, eagles for the left and right golden guards, eagles for the left and right golden guards. This person had a pair of horses on his shoulders. So he must be a great general of the left and right guards. Although they were soldiers of the Jin Wu guards and weren't under the control of the left and right guards, they didn't dare to slight such a high-ranking general. The person walked to the stove and stood still. They saw that he was very young, wearing a dark martial robe with a horse embroidered on his shoulders, a silk belt around his waist, and a rhinoceros horn jade belt on his head. He looked very impressive. The 2 bodyguards saw that he looked like a Hu person and seemed somewhat familiar, but they couldn't remember his name. They could only salute and awkwardly call out, "Great General." Zhu Bin was sitting cross-legged on the stove bed, in the middle of lecturing people. When he suddenly raised his head and saw the person, he hurriedly jumped off the bed and cupped his hands in salute, saying, "This lowly officer greets Great General Luo. Great General, why have you come here?" The person who had come was Huzelo. Laughing, Huzelo said, "Oh, I've come to find someone." As he spoke, his gaze fixed on Yang Fan and he laughed, saying, "Brother Yang, I've been looking for you everywhere, so I came here to ask where you went. Come, sit, I have something to say to you." As he spoke, Huzelo walked over and affectionately took Yang Fan's hand, sitting shoulder to shoulder with him on the stove bed. When Zhu Bin saw this 3rd-rank great general of the imperial court address a lowly soldier of the Jin Wu guards as brother, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Huzelo said, "Brother Yang, I went to the capital last year to pay my respects to the Empress and the Son of Heaven. It's a rare opportunity to bow together with you, Brother Yang, and I'm very happy. I originally thought that I would have the opportunity to spar with you again, but I'll be returning to the western regions in a few days. This opportunity won't come often." Huzelo said, Brother Yang, I'll be leaving the capital in a few days and would like to invite the friends who bowed together that day for a gathering. Naturally, you're someone I must invite. With a troubled expression, Yang Fan said, "This Grand General," Huzalo said, "Hey, if you don't mind, you can just call me brother. Our friendship was forged in the bowing arena, so there's no need to pay attention to the red tape of officialdom. When it comes to bowing, there aren't many people who can win this Luo's admiration, but you are one of them." Yang Fan said, "This, all right, since Brother Luo has invited me, this little brother wouldn't dare to refuse. However, this little brother has to be on duty at the Hall of Martial Accomplishment tomorrow. It's not yet time for me to rest this." "Oh." Huzalo glanced at Zhu Bin and said lightly, "Grand General Chiu of the Jinwu Guards is also going. He also admires you greatly. If you can't attend the banquet, he will definitely be very disappointed." When Zhu Bin heard Huzalo mention Qiushenji, his heart skipped a beat. He quickly took a step forward and said with a fawning smile, "Grand General, how would this lowly officer dare to disturb your banquet? How about this? Yang Fan only needs to attend the banquet tomorrow. This lowly officer will arrange for someone else to be on duty in the palace. We'll talk about it when he returns." Huzalo stretched and said, "This general is treating. Naturally, we won't go home until we're drunk. There's no need to say anything when Brother Yang returns. If he wants to be on duty, that'll be the day after tomorrow." Zhu Bin said with a fawning smile, Yes, this lowly officer is saying that we'll arrange for him to be on duty the day after tomorrow." Ha, Huzalo ignored him and only smiled at Yang Fan. "This time, brother, you have no reason to refuse, right? Then it's settled. Tomorrow, at the Drunken Immortal restaurant of Qinghua Lane, I will be waiting for you." Late at night, Xiaoman took a hot bath. Wrapped in a thick velvet nightgown, she leaped onto the soft bed. Her two clean, white feet stood upright and playfully swayed back and forth. Her full and perky buttocks would occasionally stretch out into a full and round arc under the bathrobe. As a high-ranking guard, the environment of her residence was not bad. Although the place was not large, the decorations were simple and elegant. At a glance, one could tell that it was the boudoir of a girl. There was an earth dragon under the floor tiles that warmed the entire room, so it wasn't cold at all and didn't have to worry about freezing her delicate skin. She was barefooted on the bed, and the hem of her nightgown rolled up a little as she jumped. Not only did it reveal her slender and firm calves, but it also revealed a portion of her perfectly round thighs. The temperature of the water when she bathed was very high, causing her skin to turn a captivating red. Xiaoman's upper body was very narrow, and her waist was also very thin. But because of years of practicing martial arts, her slender waist, which didn't have any excess fat at all, quickly bulged into a full and round shape. Her buttocks and thighs were very firm, a bit like a mature woman's. However, they weren't soft and supple like a mature woman. Her muscles were very firm and flexible. Xiaoman leaned over and opened the cabinet door of the dressing table beside the bed. She took out a small box and put it next to the pillow. She then moved the lamp closer and carefully opened the box. She took out a few treasures from inside and began to fiddle with them. In the light green velvet box, there was a butterfly resting quietly. The color of the butterfly was already very old, and its wings were somewhat damaged. When she was young, although Xiaoman was very careful, she didn't know how to protect it from moisture, sun, or insects, so this butterfly was inevitably damaged. It wasn't until later when she entered the palace that she asked the imperial doctor about the correct way to preserve it. This young girl already owned a house in Luoyang, a few shops, and a lot of wealth, but her most precious thing was still this box. It was still this butterfly specimen. There were also a few butterfly hairpins in the box. Some were priceless jade and ruby butterfly hairpins, and some were just ordinary boxwood carvings. These were her collection in recent years. Xiaoman, who was playing with these butterfly hairpins as if they were treasures, looked a little naive. She rarely showed this side of her in front of others. She had already forgotten about Yang Fan. She just couldn't bear to see that guy use his kuju to attract bees and butterflies, and abduct those little palace maid. She just took him to a place with a lot of rules. She didn't care about him at all. Xiao Man played with her butterfly toys like a child. Sometimes she would hold her chin, and her eyes were bright. No one knew what she was thinking about. After playing alone for a long time, she covered her mouth and yawned. She put the butterfly hairpins back one by one and put the box away. Then she dug out a sheathless dagger from under the bed, stuffed it under her pillow, and blew out the lamp. Hiding a dagger under her pillow was a habit she had developed since childhood. The memory of being violated in her childhood, when she was ignorant, had left a deep impression on her. Although she was only awakened at the time and didn't suffer any harm, her brother Ah-sich Ou was beaten by the little wolf and vomited blood. After the two escaped, he only recovered after several days of recuperation. During those days, whenever she saw her elder brother vomiting blood, she would be terrified to the extreme. She was afraid that her elder brother would also leave her and leave the world. During those days, she always hugged her elder brother tightly in order to fall asleep and feel safe. Since leaving Guangzhou Prefecture, she was the only one at night. She had to hide something to protect herself under her pillow before she could sleep. When she was a child, she didn't have a knife, so she hid a sharp tile or a sharpened wooden stick. Now that Xiao Man had grown up and was skilled in martial arts, she didn't need to worry about her safety in the imperial palace. However, the lack of a sense of security was completely a psychological problem. Even if there were 100,000 soldiers guarding outside, the psychological insecurity would still linger. Therefore, she must have a dagger under her pillow to sleep soundly. Xiao Man gently put her hand under her pillow, touched the cold blade, and fell asleep peacefully. Chapter 145. Before Yang Fan arrived at the Drunken Immortal restaurant, he imagined that it would be a luxurious restaurant that wasn't inferior to the Golden Hairpin Drunken restaurant. Only when he arrived did he realize that this restaurant was a mid-range restaurant run by a Luoyang local. The restaurant was split into 2 floors. The first floor was for individual customers. From their attire, many of them were Luoyang citizens with ordinary family backgrounds. From this, he could determine that the food and drinks here weren't too expensive. The restaurant was already quite old. Amidst the smoke and fire, it gave off a vicissitudes of life. However, this vicissitudes wasn't desolate, but warm. It was like approaching a small village in your hometown and seeing an old man with a wrinkled face walk over. He looked cordial. When Yang Fan walked into the restaurant, the first thing he smelled was a rich meaty aroma. It was hard to tell what kind of meaty aroma it was. It seemed to be mutton, dog, and chicken. It was a mixture of flavors that he couldn't tell clearly. Yang Fan arrived very early. In terms of status, identity, and age, the gap between them was huge. If they didn't want to befriend you, and you flattered them and tried your best to curry favor with them, it was because you lacked integrity. However, if they thought highly of you and were willing to befriend you, you should show them the respect they deserve. If you were to put on airs at this time, purposely delaying your arrival to raise your own status, or to show how much integrity you have, then you are just being impetuous and don't know how to respect yourself. Therefore, Yang Fan arrived rather early. He originally thought that he was the first one to arrive, but when he was led to a private room on the 2nd floor by Dr. Wine, he saw that someone had arrived before him. There were quite a number of people who had arrived before him. Chu Kuanga, Wang Tongjiao, Wei Yong, Li Dayan, Lu Yen, and Gao Chu were all there. As the host, Huzelo was naturally there as well. They were sitting there chatting and laughing loudly. When they saw Yang Fan arrive, they immediately stood up and warmly welcomed him. Chu Kuanga and Yang Fan hadn't seen each other for some time. The moment they saw him, they were overjoyed. They came up to him and gave him a bear hug. Following that, Wei Yong, Li Dayan, and Gao Chu came up to him as well. They held his arm, chatted, and greeted him. Huzelo smiled and said, We were just talking about you when you arrived. Come on, sit down and have a cup of cheese to moisten your throat. Haha, we were just talking about your superb skills. What a pity. I'm about to leave Luoyang soon. Otherwise, I really want to pick a few people and form 2 evenly matched teams. Let's have a good fight. Wang Tongjiao laughed and said, Why does General feel regretful? Next year in the Shangyuan, General will come to Luojing again. It won't be too late for us to compete again. At that time, we will fight side by side against the Tubo Empire. He couldn't ask Princess Taiping to take action again, could he? Hey! You're so shameful that you can kill a strong man. What are they talking about? Why is it so lively? With this voice, Qiushenji appeared. Upon hearing the voice, everyone looked towards the door and saw Xue Na, Li Zhan, Yi Huli and Di Guangyuan accompanying the great general of the Jinwu Guards, Qiushenji, walking in. Qiushenji walked into the room and slowly examined the furnishings in the room with narrowed eyes. With a face full of nostalgia, he said, I remember back when Emperor Taizong was promoting the bow striking competition. The first bow striking competition of the Shangyuan was held. At that time, I was in the prime of my life. From then on, the Imperial Army's bow striking competition would be held here as usual. After so many years, I am already old, but this restaurant has not changed at all. Everyone went forward to greet him. Huzello said, Great General Qiu is not old at all. On the field 2 days ago, General was still as spirited as ever, leaving us juniors in the dust. When Yang Fan saw Qiushenji appear, a strange feeling welled up in his heart. This was not the first time he had come into contact with this person. The two of them should have been fighting to the death the moment they met, but the reality was that, besides the first brief confrontation, the two of them had always been drinking at the same table or fighting side by side. Such enemies were truly rare. Seeing that everyone had come forward to greet him, Yang Fan quickly composed himself and went forward to greet him. Greetings, Great General. Qiushenji laughed and said, Are you used to working in the palace? Yang Fan hurriedly replied, I am indebted to Great General's concern. I am still used to everything. Qiushenji said, There are many rules in the palace. You have just entered the Imperial Army, so there are many rules that you are not very familiar with before being transferred to lead the army. You must be even more cautious in everything you do. But seeing how quick-witted you are, as long as you are careful, there will be no problems. Yang Fan respectfully said, This one will remember Great General's teachings. Huzello smiled and said, Great General Qiu, please take a seat. Today's drinking should be enjoyed to the fullest. As for official business, I hope that Great General Qiu can discuss it with Brother Yang later. Please do not take up our time together. Everyone chatted and laughed as they sat down. Huzello and Qiushenji were both great generals. One was the Great General of the Right Guard, and the other was the Great General of the Left Guard. However, Qiushenji was older, so he was pushed to the seat of honor. Qiushenji, however, sat down on the seat of honor on the left. He said with a smile, Sit, all of you sit. Don't push it around. I cannot sit in the seat of honor. Haha, Great General Luo, you cannot sit either. Because there is still an important guest who has not arrived. Everyone was startled. Even Huzello, who was hosting the banquet today, was startled. He asked curiously, Great General Qiu, the people I invited are all here. Who else is not here? As soon as he finished speaking, a slightly magnetic female voice sounded at the door. Since today is a gathering of comrades from the military field, why did General Luo not invite me? Everyone turned to look at the door. They saw a person standing in front of the private room. She had just taken off the fur coat of the black fox and handed it to a strong woman who was as strong as a man. She turned around and looked at them with a smile. This person wore a jade-colored turban on her head. She wore an asbestos-embroidered robe with a leather belt around her waist. Her attire made her look like a handsome and elegant young man. However, her phoenix eyes and eyebrows, as well as a pair of slightly plump but sexy red lips, clearly indicated that she was a woman. Everyone was shocked and stood up. Shinji said with a smile, "When I received General Luo's invitation, I thought of your highness. That day we defeated Tufan and made our Tang dynasty proud. Your highness has great merit. How can we not invite your highness to today's banquet? I made the decision without your permission. General Luo, please don't blame me." Huzello hurriedly said, "Not at all, not at all. It was my thoughtlessness. Please forgive me, your highness. Your highness, please take a seat of honor." Everyone was like stars surrounding the moon. They invited Princess Taiping to take a seat of honor before they took their seat. Huzello sat on the right of Princess Taiping. He rubbed his hands and said, "The food and wine of this drunken immortal restaurant are delicious. It's just that the dishes are not exquisite enough. I really didn't expect your highness to come today. So, if General Chiu doesn't want to keep us guessing, we should change to a more elegant restaurant." Princess Taiping smiled and said, "No problem. If we talk about food and wine, I'm tired of eating all kinds of delicacies. I heard that this restaurant specializes in Muyang Hu. It's famous far and wide. You imperial guards gather here every year, so the dishes here must have their own uniqueness." Shinji nodded and said, "The dishes here are indeed delicious. But there are many big eaters in my army. Only big fish and meat will suit their taste. I hope it will suit your highness's taste." Princess Taiping glanced at Yang Fan and said sweetly, "Actually, I'm very happy to be able to see you heroes of the army. As for this Muyang Hu, since even General Chiu can't stop praising it, I think the taste won't be bad." Shinji laughed and said, "Your highness will know after you taste it." He clapped his hands 3 times and said loudly, "Professor Jiu, serve the dishes." The chefs had been informed by Hasero early in the morning and had already paid the money. Therefore, the Muyang Muhu had already been prepared. With a single order, the piping hot delicacies were brought out. The so-called Muyang Hu was mainly made of sheep and geese. A big fat goose was bought and slaughtered. It was then stuffed with glutinous rice mixed with 5 flavors. A fat sheep was slaughtered and the goose was placed in the sheep's stomach. The geese were prepared according to the number of people. As for the sheep, it depended on how many geese a sheep could fit. After that, the sheep's skin was sewn together and roasted. If the restaurant didn't prepare, it couldn't provide the Muyang Hu required by 12 customers. After all, not everyone who came to the restaurant could afford to eat this signature dish. However, there was still time to prepare 1 or 2 additional customers. So the geese for the 13 people were served almost at the same time. There was a big fat goose in front of each person, but there was no mutton. Although the dish used sheep and geese, only the goose was eaten. The delicious taste of the mutton had seeped into the goose. Sheep used for roasting was not eaten. So, this dish was the most expensive dish in this restaurant, which wasn't the most high-end. In addition to the Muyang Hu, there was another main dish. It was a caddy of mutton. It was spread layer by layer in wheat flour. In the middle were peppers and fermented beans. Then, it was poured with butter and roasted in the fire. When it was roasted until it was half done, it would be served. The fragrance of wheat, mutton, butter, pepper, and fermented beans filled the air. Apart from the meat dishes and the staple food, there were all kinds of light appetizers on each table. This kind of diet was indeed suitable for the burly men in the army. However, the entire upper class of the Tang Empire was in favor of eating meat. Therefore, the ladies would never think about dieting to lose weight. Princess Taiping sniffed the aroma of the roasted goose and smelled the fragrance of the scones. She couldn't help but feel hungry. Yang Fan tasted the goose. It was really delicious. The fragrance of the goose permeated the fragrance of the mutton, neutralizing it into a more appetizing taste. The glutinous rice inside the goose was also fragrant and delicious. He immediately let go of his appetite and ate it. Unfortunately, he only ate 2 mouthfuls. Li Dayan raised his cup to urge him to drink, so he had to grab the cup. While drinking, Yang Fan glanced at Princess Taiping. He was quite curious about how a princess would eat, especially such big fish and meat. Yang Fan was quite curious. But when he looked at her, Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. This princess was really free and easy when eating. She was as forthright as a man. She didn't even know that the grease had stained the corners of her mouth. Chapter 146. In this banquet, large bowls of wine and large pieces of meat were eaten to one's heart's content. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Yang Fan had just clinked his cup with chuquangas and was happily gnawing on a goose leg when Princess Taiping suddenly called out, "Yang Fan!" Yang Fan quickly turned his head. There was still a piece of meat hanging on the corner of his mouth. Princess Taiping could not help but laugh out loud. Yang Fan noticed it and quickly grabbed a towel to wipe his mouth. Princess Taiping used her handkerchief to lightly touch the corner of her mouth and asked with a faint smile, "In the past, I invited you to my residence to shoot bows. You said that you like freedom and do not want to be tied down by others. Now that you have entered the Imperial Army, the rules are even stricter, especially when you are on duty in the palace. Are you used to it?" Yang Fan said, "Your Highness, joining the army is completely different from shooting bows." Yang Fan is a young man, of course. He also hopes that one day he will be successful and have a wife and a son. Joining the army is undoubtedly the best opportunity for Yang Fan, so it is only right for him to be restricted by some rules. What a great ambition! Being promoted in the army was much easier than being promoted in the civil service. If it had to be said that it was difficult, then it was really difficult, because it was a battlefield bathed in blood, and one had to fight with their lives on the line. To be able to have a wife and a son, you must have 100 military achievements. Yang Fan, your ambition is not small. Yang Fan said, "This is just something that came out of my mouth." Actually, such an achievement is beyond Yang Fan's imagination. In the future, if Yang Fan can have half of the achievements of the generals here, accumulate merits, and become a brigade commander, I will be satisfied. Qiushenji laughed and said, "That's right. If you follow the prescribed order and work hard, in my opinion, even if everything goes smoothly, you will only be able to become a brigade commander for the rest of your life." Qiushenji raised his weedy eyebrows and said with a murderous look, "A man should be ruthless. Business and benevolence cannot coexist. To carry a 3-foot sword and make great achievements, you have to go to the battlefield and kill people. Yang Fan, I admire you very much. If you have this intention, I will send you to the battlefield to make contributions if there is a chance in the future." Princess Taiping was shocked. Making contributions on the battlefield? That was quite lively. A general success was built on thousands of dead bodies. Once on the battlefield, thousands of soldiers and thousands of soldiers were killed, even if they wanted to. Even if they wanted to, they would not be able to protect them. Princess Taiping rolled her eyes at Qiushenji. She quickly changed the topic and said to Yang Fan, "The weather is getting warmer. Last time, you showed off your might in Kuju, and this empress is not convinced. When the time comes, this empress will have to compete with you a few more times and let this empress have a taste of your skills." Just as Yang Fan was about to answer, a shout came from next door, How dare you bully me?" The partition of this restaurant was made of mud and yellow mud, and the 2 sides were sandwiched with wooden walls. It was not like those places with screens, so the sound shielding effect was very good. If one did not speak very loudly, one would not be able to hear it. This person's angry roar could be heard clearly. It could be seen just how angry and loud this person was. If it was just such a fierce roar, everyone would have ignored it. Unexpectedly, along with this roar, a muffled sound came from the wall. It seemed as if something had hit the wall. It even hit the roof and dust fell down. Princess Taiping, who was sitting at the head of the table, looked at the dust floating towards the wine glasses and frowned slightly. "I will go and have a look." Gao Chu and Lu Yen, who were sitting near the door, rushed out. The others also wanted to stand up, but Princess Tai Ping said lightly, "Forget it. There are rude people everywhere. Just ignore them." Before she finished speaking, there was a series of bangs. The two people in the next room seemed to be fighting from the private room to the hall outside. The sound of fighting came from the door, and at the same time, there was the shouting of Dr. Jiu and Lu Yen and Gao Chu to stop. "Enough. Damn it, you still want to quarrel. Believe it or not, I will pick you two up and throw you downstairs." Gao Chu could not help but be annoyed that the two people did not listen to him. Princess Tai Ping and the two generals were sitting in the room. If he could not even stop them, wouldn't it show that he was very incompetent? In anger, he could not help but shout. As soon as Gao Chu said this, there was an angry roar. "Get out of the way! Who do you think you are? If you dare to talk too much, I will send you a card and take you to the yamen for questioning." Gao Chu was so angry that he laughed. He said mockingly, "What a big tone! I wonder who you are. How can you be so powerful?" That person said reservedly, "Well said. The Assistant Minister of the Imperial Court and the Jiangnan Circuit's Inspector General, Grandpa D, is my father. Can he handle a slave like you?" As soon as these words left his mouth, the private room immediately fell silent. Everyone's gazes turned to Di Guangyuan in unison with doubtful expressions. Just now it was too noisy outside. That person's loud voice was not the same as usual. Di Guangyuan also drank a few more cups. In addition, he simply did not think that the person fighting outside was his third brother. After a few moments, he actually did not recognize that person's voice outside. At this time, when he heard that person introduce himself, his voice was indeed like his three brothers. He could not help but be shocked. He quickly stood up and cupped his hands towards Princess Taiping, Qiushenji, and Luokadi. He said, "I will go out and take a look." Princess Taiping nodded. Di Guangyuan hurriedly walked out. Before he walked out, another person's voice suddenly sounded from outside. "That's right. This person is indeed the third young master of the D family. Hey! Only the son of Grandpa D is even more annoying and hateful. Di Guangzhou, if you do not give me an explanation for today's matter, I will go to Jiangnan to seek justice from your father." Di Guangzhou said angrily, "This is outrageous. This is between you and me. What is the reason for you to look for my father?" That person sneered and said, "I want to ask Grandpa D. Is he not ashamed of not being strict enough in his family to raise such a swindling son?" Di Guangzhou said angrily, "Bullsh *t. It has always been like this when asking someone to do something. There will always be success or failure. How can there be someone like you who does not know his limits?" "I do not know my limits? Di Guangzhou, be honest. You have accepted money from our family. Have you ever sincerely done anything for our family?" The two of them talked back and forth. In a few words, the people in the room who were listening had roughly understood the cause of the matter. Speaking of which, Di Renjia was a hero, but it was inevitable that he had an unfilial son. Di Renjia had 3 sons. The eldest was Di Guangxi, the second was Di Guangyuan, and the third was Di Guangzhou. Di Guangxi had a calm temperament and was capable in doing things. He was the most like a father. The second son, Di Guangyuan, was not as outstanding as his eldest brother. He was a smart and capable general in the Imperial Guards. Only the third son, Di Guangzhou, had a bad character and was greedy by nature. It was unknown how a tiger father could raise such a useless son. Di Renjia had once been the provincial governor of Bing Province. During his time in office, he was diligent and loved the people. He was loved and respected by the local people. To commemorate his benevolence, the local people even erected a tombstone for him. Later on, his son, Di Guangzhou, became an official because of his family background. He was also sent to Bing province to be an official. Actually, old D played a part in this. He also knew that among his 3 sons, be it ability or character, his third son was slightly worse than his 2 elder brothers. If he were to be an official in a place where he had a good reputation, even if his ability was slightly worse, it would be easy for him to gain political achievements. As a father, he would always want to take care of his sons. Grandpa D was also human. It was human nature and unavoidable. However, he had underestimated Di Guangzhao's ability to cheat his father. In the past, when Di Guangzhao was under his watch, he was still somewhat restrained. However, the moment he arrived in Bing province, he immediately bullied the people, embezzled and extorted bribes, creating a foul atmosphere in Bing province. In a rage, the local people even smashed the tombstone they erected for Di Renjie. When Di Renjie heard of his son's evil deeds in Bing province, he was furious and personally wrote a letter of impeachment. As a result, Di Guangzhao was removed from his position and was currently unemployed at home. When Di Renjie was in the capital, he was still a little more obedient. Now that Di Renjie was in Jiangnan, he caused trouble again. This trouble was actually related to the case of Xiao Kyungjin. Xiao Kyungjin was captured by the imperial court when he was fleeing north to the Turk. Under Zhou Xing's torture, Xiao Kyungjin and Zhang Siming, in order to survive, began to randomly accuse other officials under Zhou Xing's instructions. A magistrate from Huainan province, Chuzhou province, Tang Xiong, was also arrested and thrown into prison. Tang Xiong's nephew, Tang Qing, brought a large sum of money to the capital, hoping to find a way to get him out. However, who dared to get involved in Zhou Xing's case? When Zhou Xing was handling cases, he was like a red-eyed mad dog, biting whoever he caught. Everyone was afraid to avoid him, so no one was willing to get involved. Tang Qing had a large sum of money, but there was no way for him to plead. At this time, he met Di Guangzhao. When Di Guangzhao was an official in Bing province, he indulged in debauchery and women. He was used to living an extravagant life. Ever since he returned to the capital, he was first strictly ordered by his old father to reflect on his mistakes. He was not even allowed to drink wine, so his mouth was bland. He hoped that after his old man went to Jiangnan and his eldest and second brothers became officials, this third young master finally regained his freedom. Who knew that the old man was an incorruptible official? His family's monthly allowance was very limited, so they could not afford his extravagant lifestyle. Coincidentally, he heard that Tang Qing had no way to plead, so Di Guangzhao took charge of this matter. Di Guangzhao's calculations were not bad. His father used to be an official of the Supreme Court and was very familiar with the officials of the 3 law departments. Now, he was also an important official in the imperial court. Taking a portion of Tang Qing's filial piety to help him smooth things over would be the best. If it failed, he could hide most of the money with a clear conscience. When the time came, even if he said that he had spent all his money through bribing, the Tang family would have to suffer in silence. Who knew that Tang Qing was in the prime of his youth and had a fiery temper? When he heard that there was such a large sum of money, Di Guangzhao said that he had no other way and wanted to erase it. How could he let it go? The 2 of them could not come to an agreement and started fighting during the banquet. What was worse was that this scene was seen by many people, making Di Guangzhao lose face. When Di Guangyuan left, Tang Qing was grabbing Di Guangzhao's collar and loudly complaining. Di Guangyuan saw his brother's fierce expression and knew that what Tang Qing said was not far from the truth. Di Guangyuan was so angry that he rushed forward and slapped Tang Qing's face, causing Di Guangzhao to see stars. Di Guangzhao was furious. He covered his face and shouted, "Which bastard!" When he saw that it was his second brother, he could not help but embarrassedly say, "Second brother?" Chapter 147. Di Guangyuan was trembling with anger, but this was not the time to argue with his brother. Di Guangyuan pulled Tang Qing to the side and quietly asked about the situation. He comforted him, "Brother Tang, I am the second son of the Di family. Don't be anxious. How about this, you go back first and come to my house tomorrow morning. We will discuss in detail. My Di family will take responsibility for any losses." Tang Qing saw that he was sincere and said, "All right. Since you said so, I will go to your house tomorrow and listen to the news." Tang Qing glared at Di Guangzhao with disgust and turned to go downstairs. Di Guangzhao came up to him and said, "Second brother." Di Guangyuan suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a calm voice, "Wait for me here. There are a few nobles in the private room. I will go and inform them and we will go home together." Di Guangyuan hurriedly entered the private room and did not dare to raise his head. He cupped his hands and said with shame, "Your Highness the two generals, my fellow brothers and friends, I have some matters to attend to at home and have to go back immediately. Today's matter is really too impolite, really too impolite." Before he finished speaking, he thought of how unfilial his third brother was, how he ruined the family's reputation and humiliated his father's illustrious name. Moreover, it was seen by so many people. In less than a day, the news would spread all over Luoyang. He suddenly burst into tears. Princess Taiping smiled and said softly, "As the saying goes, the dragon has 9 sons, each one is different. You are you, he is him, and Grandpa D is Grandpa D. You have to think about this clearly." Di Guangyuan quickly wiped his tears and said gratefully, "Your Highness's priceless advice, Guangyuan will remember it. I will take my leave first." Di Guangyuan bowed to everyone again and hurriedly left. When he came out of the private room, Di Guangzhao had already disappeared without a trace. Di Guangyuan was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. However, he could not vent his anger here, so he could only suppress his anger and hurriedly left. The banquet was already halfway done, but with Di Guangzhao's interference, the entire banquet was covered in dust, so it could not continue. Everyone felt sorry for Di Renjie and Di Guangyuan, and hastily ended the banquet. Qiu Shenji stood up and said, "All of you, return to your places. I invited the princess here, so I will escort her back to the residence." Of course, no one would compete with him for this job. They bid farewell to Huzelo and left. Princess Taiping also put on her light fur coat and left the restaurant with Qiu Shenji. She boarded her own carriage. Qiu Shenji mounted a warhorse and escorted by a few soldiers. As the carriage passed 2 crossroads, Princess Taiping suddenly pulled the curtains and peeked out. Qiu Shenji, who was riding on the horse, seemed to sense something. He turned his head and met the princess's eyes. Princess Taiping gently nodded. Qiu Shenji immediately turned over and dismounted from the horse. Then, he strode up to the car, opened the back door and got into the carriage. There were not many pedestrians on the street, and there were a large number of servants from the princess mansion and the general mansion around. Qiu Shenji's movements were extremely agile. The carriages were still moving forward and no one noticed him. There was a stove in the carriage, and the charcoal was burning brightly. Princess Taiping entered the carriage and took off her fur coat. She was still dressed in men's clothing, but she was more casual in the carriage than outside. She leaned against the soft cushion, looking less dignified and more languid. Although she was dressed in men's clothing, when she sat there, her breasts were protruding, her waist was slender, her jade-like smile, and her lovely and charming appearance, no one would see her as a man. The carriage was an ox carriage, and the carriage was very wide. There was a brocade stool opposite Princess Taiping's couch. Qiu Shenji entered the carriage and walked over on the soft snow-white Persian carpet. He turned around and sat on the brocade stool. Princess Taiping glanced at him and played with her nails in boredom. She asked, "General Qiu, why did you invite me out?" Qiu Shenji put his hands on his knees and said with a smile, "There is one reason why I invited your Highness out for a banquet. It is indeed to relieve your Highness's mood. As for the other matter..." his weed-like thick eyebrows slightly raised. He looked at Princess Taiping and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, you are a member of Li Tang's royal family. There is something that I should not say. However, this matter is known by everyone in the world. Regardless of whether it is said or not, it will still happen. And once it happens, everyone, whether it is your Highness or me, will be greatly affected. I am a straightforward person and do not want to beat around the bush. If I speak bluntly and offend your Highness, I hope your Highness will not blame me." Princess Taiping's clear eyes slightly narrowed. She sat up a little and said, "General Chiu, please speak freely. I am not a woman who cannot keep things in her heart." Chiu Shinji said, "If so, I will speak frankly." Chiu Shinji paused and said, "Your Highness, the Empress controls the universe and the world. Now it seems that ascending to the throne is inevitable. Your Highness, do you think so?" Although Wu Zetian's intention was known by everyone, no one dared to break it. Chiu Shinji not only broke it, but also in front of the princess of the Tang dynasty. The atmosphere in the carriage suddenly became cold. Princess Taiping's body seemed to stiffen. Then, she sat up a little straighter and stared at Chiu Shinji. After a while, she slowly nodded. "Yes. In my opinion, Mother does have this intention. But, so what? Taiping is only a woman." Chiu Shinji laughed and said, "Your Highness, do you think that I want you to bear the responsibility of supporting the country and protecting the national weapon of the Tang dynasty? No, no, no." Chiu Shinji shook his head and slightly puffed out his chest. Chiu Shinji is loyal to the Empress. Heaven and earth can prove it. The Empress wants to be the Empress Dowager of the Tang dynasty. Chiu Shinji is a loyal subject of the Tang dynasty. The Empress wants to change the world. Chiu Shinji is a loyal subject of the Empress. Princess Taiping's eyes flashed and asked, "Then, why did General Chiu mention this to me?" Chiu Shinji sighed and said, "Because the Empress is already old." "Why?" "Then we have to think about it. Once the Empress becomes the Empress, who will the country belong to?" Princess Taiping gently leaned back on the pillow and said lightly, "Mother has 2 sons. Taiping has 2 elder brothers. Since ancient times, the country has always been passed on to their sons. If Mother becomes the Empress, the Crown Prince will of course be Taiping's elder brother." Chiu Shinji smiled. "But there has never been a female Empress. Once the Empress becomes the first female Empress in history. Of course, the Empress can pass the throne to her son. But the son of this Empress is also the son of the previous Emperor. So, once the Crown Prince becomes the Empress, will he restore the title of Li Tang? All emperors want their country to last for thousands of years. Will the Empress not consider this? Furthermore, the 2 princes have never been loved by the Empress. Your Highness should know this better than this old man." Princess Taiping frowned and asked, "Then, who does General Chiu think can be the Crown Prince?" Chiu Shinji said slowly, "I think that the Wu clan's nephew has a better chance of becoming the Crown Prince than the current Emperor and Prince of Luling." Princess Taiping's face darkened. Chiu Shinji continued, "But there is another person who has a better chance of becoming the Crown Prince than the Wu clan's nephew. This person's surname is Li." Princess Taiping's expression changed and asked hurriedly, "Who is this person?" Chiu Shinji slowly raised his eyes and looked at Princess Taiping. He said word by word, "Of course, Your Highness." Princess Taiping was startled. She laughed involuntarily and said, "Ridiculous! I am a woman." Chiu Shinji interrupted, "Since there can be a female emperor, why can't there be a female crown prince?" The carriage was silent, only the faint rumbling of the wheels, the hawkers' cries, and the occasional whinny of the warhorses could be heard. The curtain swayed slightly, the carriage also swayed slightly, but Princess Taiping's clear face was like ice, without a trace of ripple. After a long time, she slowly said, "My surname is also Li, as General Chiu said just now. Isn't Amu worried that I will restore the name of Li Tang?" Chiu Shinji shook his head and said, Of course the Empress does not need to worry. Only when the world no longer belongs to the Tang dynasty can the princess become the emperor. If the princess wants to restore the Tang dynasty, how can she still have the throne? He stared at Princess Taiping and said, "Even if your highness wants to give up the throne, how can the court officials who abandoned the Tang dynasty to protect the empress agree? With the empress's wisdom, how can she not think of this? The empress loves your highness the most and often says that your highness is the most like her. In this world, the empress will come from the Tang dynasty, and your highness is the princess of the Tang dynasty. If the princess of the Tang dynasty wants to be the new crown prince, both the new and old officials can accept it. As long as your highness is willing to fight for it, no one can compete with you." Princess Taiping gently pursed her bright and beautiful lips and said slowly, "I think I understand what General Chiu means." Chiu Shenji showed a satisfied smile and cupped his fists. "I am willing to serve your highness." Princess Taiping's pretty face darkened and she said coldly, "I have never wanted to be the crown prince, let alone the emperor." Chiu Shenji was startled, and his smile froze on his face. Princess Taiping's expression was stern, but there was a trace of sadness in her voice. "General Chiu, I am the princess of the Tang dynasty. The Emperor Gaozong of the Tang dynasty is my father. It is my mother who wants to change the world. As their daughter, what can I do? What should I do? I can't do anything, and I don't want to do anything. Fortunately, I am a girl, and I don't need to ask for trouble by carrying this burden on my shoulders. I can stand aside with a clear conscience." Chiu Shenji said, "Your Highness, as long as you nod, the crown prince position will be yours." Princess Taiping interrupted, "Will you be happy if you have the whole world? I don't think so. In my opinion, it is enough for a girl to take care of her husband and children. I don't have a husband now, but I still have children. I am very happy to live like this." Chiu Shenji was so anxious that he kept rubbing his hands and said again, "Your Highness." Princess Taiping's face was frosty, and she waved her sleeves and said in a deep voice, "I am already drunk. Just pretend that you said nothing today. General Chiu, please go back." Chapter 148. When Yang Fan returned to the palace, he went through the Black Tortoise Gate because the ushers lived in the western part of the city. Of course, if he went back from the West Gate, he would be the closest to the city, but he would have to go outside the city because the palace occupied more than half of the city to the northwest of the city. To the west of the palace was the Jia city, and outside of the Jia city was the city wall. At the Black Tortoise Gate, Yang Fan showed the fish talisman to the guards and entered the palace after checking it. There was an open space between the Grand Emblem Hall and the Liu Bei Hall. If he turned west, he would be able to go straight to the Jia city. Not long after Yang Fan went around the Grand Emblem Hall, he heard a series of coughs in front of him. At the same time, he heard a man's voice, "Monsieur, don't go, cough cough cough, don't go, cough cough cough." Yang Fan looked up and saw Xie Xiaoman quickly walking out from the corridor behind the Zhenguan Hall. She turned around and walked towards the Jia city, not even sparing him a glance. There was a man chasing after her. Yang Fan subconsciously dodged to the side of the road and hid behind a thick red pillar. Xie Xiaoman stopped, her delicate eyebrows tightly knitted together. She asked angrily, "Young Master Wu, I still have things to do, why are you chasing after me?" The man chasing after her was Wu Huing. Wu Huing had entered the palace the day before yesterday to see Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian originally wanted to immediately arrange an official position for this nephew of hers. Her plan to replace Li Tang was progressing faster and faster. With an official from the Wu family in the palace, it would be easier for her. But as soon as Wu Huing smelled the fragrance of the dragon's saliva in the hall, he couldn't stop coughing. Although he wanted to hold it back, he couldn't. Instead, he coughed even harder. When Wu Zetian heard his cough, it sounded like he was coughing his lungs out. She couldn't help but feel disappointed. How could a tuberculosis ghost like him be of great importance? With no other choice, Wu Zetian could only arrange for him to stay outside the imperial city. She ordered the imperial physicians to treat his body and wait for him to recover. However, Wu Huing couldn't sit still. It was true that his body was weak, but he ate all kinds of nutritious food every day, so his virtual fire was flourishing. As soon as he thought of the pretty girl he had met that day in the snow, this young master from a big house in the countryside felt his heart itch. The day before, when he saw his aunt, he couldn't immediately ask for a maid to serve him in bed. In addition, he was coughing so badly that he put the topic on hold. Now, the more he thought about it, the more unbearable it was, so he came to the palace again. Unfortunately, when he arrived, Empress Wu was resting. Yesterday, Empress Wu and Imperial Physician Shen had sex the night before. Although she took good care of herself, she was old and her energy was lacking. She attended court in the morning and read some memorials in the afternoon. She was really tired, so she took a nap in Zhenguan Palace Hall. Wu Huing thought that he and the Empress Dowager had the same surname Wu. Everyone in the palace was his Wu family's servant, so he barged in. But how could the rules of the palace be the same as his Wu family's courtyard? When Shanghai Wanner heard someone come in to report, she simply ordered, "Tell him to wait." Wu Huing had no choice but to wait outside. Wu Huing waited until the sun was setting in the west. Empress Wu was still sleeping soundly and hadn't woken up yet. Wu Huing was extremely bored. He wandered around the side halls, but there was really nothing to see. He was just about to leave the palace and go back to rest. Tomorrow, he would look for his aunt and ask her to warm his bed. He didn't expect that Xie Xiaoman would come out of the palace just as she was about to finish her shift. As soon as Empress Wu saw her, she was wild with joy. She went over to strike up a conversation. She asked for her name and age. Xie Xiaoman knew that he was Empress Wu's nephew. At first, she replied politely, but when she saw him asking more and more questions, she felt disgusted and hurriedly took her leave. Wu Huing wasn't willing to let her go and chased after her. Wu Huing caught up with Xie Xiaoman. He was panting heavily with one hand on his waist. It seemed like he was having a hard time breathing. He hurriedly gasped for breath and said, "Miss Xie, don't go, I cough. This young master likes to talk to you." Xie Xiaoman gently wrinkled her eyebrows and indifferently said, "Young Master Wu, please conduct yourself with dignity. If there is nothing important, then I will take my leave." Wait, cough, cough, cough. Of course I have something important to do." Wu Huing hurriedly stepped forward to block her way. He had just spoken half a sentence when he bowed his head and coughed uncontrollably. Xie Xiaoman was displeased. "Young master, what else do you want?" Wu Huing looked at the oval face in front of him. Her eyes were like lacquer, elegant and beautiful. Then there was her beautiful and tall figure. Her long and strong thighs were already higher than his belly button. If he could hold such a pair of slender and round thighs in his arms. Wu Huing's heart warmed. He blurted out, I want you to follow me." "Follow you?" Xie Xiaoman was a little surprised at first. Then she laughed. "How is that possible? The Empress Dowager's personal guards can't be randomly assigned to protect others." "Guard? No. Wu Huing shook his almost invisible short neck and laughed lewdly. "I mean, I want you to serve me, sleep with me, he. Xie Xiaoman didn't expect Wu Huing to have such an idea. She didn't expect him to say such vulgar and disgusting words. She glared at Wu Huing with disgust. She didn't even have the mood to talk to him anymore. She turned around and walked around him. Wu Huing stretched out his hand to stop her. Xie Xiaoman scolded, "Get lost." Wu Huing originally had the temperament of a young master. For the sake of this beautiful young lady, he felt that he had already lowered his status and made all sorts of compromises. This young lady actually did not know how to appreciate favors and dared to speak to him like this. Wu Huing was furious. His face instantly darkened and he angrily said, "Little slut, Don't be so shameless when I give you face. Who am I? I am the nephew of the Empress Dowager. It is your honor that I like you. Xie Xiaoman couldn't be bothered with him. She flicked her fingers as if playing a pipa. She flicked Wu Huing's arm away and walked away. Wu Huing flew into a rage. Little bitch. You really think you're somebody? Aren't you just a dog raised by the Wu family? I want you now, Wu Huing said and pounced forward. He opened his arms from behind and hugged Xie Xiaoman. Xie Xiaoman shivered. She suddenly had goosebumps all over her body. She had an unknown quirk. She couldn't let men touch her. Maybe only her father-like brother Ah Cho was an exception. If she was accidentally touched by a man, she would feel uncomfortable all over. Being hugged by someone's arms like this, it was simply unimaginable. This was probably a serious psychological trauma caused by an accident when she was young. As a result, when Wu Huing hugged her, Xie Xiaoman felt as if a poisonous snake had coiled around her body. An inexplicable fear and anger made her involuntarily erupt. She struggled and shook off Wu Huing's sturdy hands. Then she turned around and without thinking, she kicked him away. This Wu Huing was a sickly person. He coughed for half a day after taking 2 steps. Hugging her with all his strength, he used up all his strength. After being kicked in the chest by her, his body fell backwards, his qi and blood flowed in reverse. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing him vomit blood, Xie Xiaoman was also shocked. After a moment of hesitation, she rushed forward and squatted down. She looked at him helplessly and asked, "What happened to you?" Wu Huing's face was sallow. In his anger, he still wanted to say something. But when he opened his mouth, he vomited another mouthful of blood. His neck tilted and he died. This time, Xie Xiaoman really panicked. No matter how unbearable Wu Huing was, he was still Empress Wu's nephew. If Empress Wu found out about this, just as she thought of this, a group of guards came out from the corner of the Flowing Cup Hall. When Xie Xiaoman saw the group of soldiers holding halberds, her heart suddenly turned cold. At the back of the Flowing Cup Hall, there was a flower wall that wasn't very high. She squatted on the ground to support Wu Huing. The soldiers hadn't seen her yet, but it would only take a moment for them to turn around the flower wall, and then, thinking of this, Xie Xiaoman's hands and feet couldn't help but feel cold. Xie Xiaoman was at a loss when she heard an extremely exaggerated scream. Xie Xiaoman looked up and saw Yang Fan running from the long corridor in the direction of the Great Emblem Hall's main entrance. He shouted, "Ayaya, what happened? What happened to this person?" At this time, the group of soldiers had already turned the corner of the hall. When they saw a person lying there, they immediately rushed over and surrounded the 3 of them. This group of soldiers and Yang Fan weren't from the same department. They belonged to the Yulin Guard. Yang Fan had just been transferred here, so these guards didn't know him. But they recognized Yang Fan's clothes, and they also recognized Xie Xiaoman. When the leader saw Xie Xiaoman, he hurriedly asked, "Xie Dui, what happened here? Who is this person?" Yang Fan rushed to say, "Just now I saw this person turn around the corner of the hall. There was a thin layer of ice on the road, so he staggered and fell down. Xie Dui happened to pass by and wanted to help him up in time. This person's body is so weak, why did he vomit blood after falling?" Xie Xiaoman looked at Yang Fan in shock. Yang Fan winked at her. Xie Xiaoman's long eyelashes fluttered, and she shut her mouth tightly. "Wake up! Wake up! Hey! Wake up!" Yang Fan continuously patted and rubbed Wu Huing's chest. Under his efforts to help, the shallow mark from Xie Xiaoman's foot was completely patted away. Not long after, the matter was reported and a steward eunuch came. The steward eunuch had seen Wu Huing before. When he saw it was him, he couldn't help but be shocked. He hurriedly ran back to report to Empress Wu. When Wu Zetian heard this, she hurriedly called for the imperial physician. When the imperial physician arrived, the sickly invalid was already dead. This imperial physician was none other than Wu Zetian's second gigolo, Shen Nanlu. Imperial physician Shen's complexion was fair, his appearance was clear, his temperament was refined, and his manner was refined. Although he was nearly 40 years old, he had taken good care of himself. He looked like a man in his early 30s. He was completely different from Shuihui. Imperial physician Shen carefully examined the deceased. Naturally, he couldn't find anything. This person was congenitally deficient, his body was extremely weak, and Empress Wu's personal guard and a Jin Wu guard's imperial bodyguard said that he died from falling and vomiting blood. Not to mention that imperial physician Shen's medical skills weren't high enough to find any clues. Even if he found something strange, he wouldn't dare to say anything. God knows how deep the water was in this matter. After imperial physician Shen finished his examination, he cupped his hands to Wu Zetian and said, "Empress, this person's deficiency is caused by tuberculosis. It's a congenitally deficient disease, and it's all due to nourishment that he can survive until today. This fall may not be a big deal for an ordinary person, but for this person, it's enough to be fatal." Chapter 149. When Wu Zetian met Wu Huing the day before yesterday, she knew that he was extremely weak, but she didn't expect him to be so weak that he could die with just a slip. She was disheartened and ordered, "Men, carry the body out of the palace and send it back to Taiyuan for burial as soon as possible." The eunuch carried Wu Huing's body and left in a hurry. The palace gate was about to be locked, so the body had to be carried out as soon as possible. The eunuch carried the body to Xuanwu Gate, where the palace guards carried it out. While Wu Zetian was dealing with the aftermath of the incident, Xie Xiaoman forced herself to remain calm, but her heart was racing. She stole a glance at Yang Fan and saw that he was calm. Xie Xiaoman couldn't help but admire him. This guy has some guts, to be able to be so calm in front of the Empress Dowager. Yang Fan had seen people killed at the age of 9, and when he was 13, he followed his senior brother to kill people. At that time, he followed his senior brother into the mountains to quell a rebellion, and the number of rebels who died in his hands was more than 10. In Luoyang, he had personally killed several enemies, so there was nothing to say about his mental fortitude. Although Wu Zetian's aura was strong, Yang Fan had been with curly beard since he was young, and the aura of that generation's hero was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Yang Fan had been living with it for many years and was already used to it. In this aspect, Xiaoman was indeed inferior to him. She was taken in by Auntie Xie as a guard, not an assassin. Although Xiaoman had also killed people before, it was all because of Wu Zetian's orders. This person was also the ruler of the entire empire, so she naturally felt that it was only natural for her to do so. But now it was the exact opposite. The person she killed was the nephew of this woman who could decide the life and death of everyone in the world, so of course she was afraid. When Wu Zetian ordered the body to be carried out of the palace, Xie Xiaoman finally relaxed. Yang Fan and Xie Xiaoman left the main hall and looked at each other without saying a word. On the west side of the palace was a rather large city. Most of the residents were guards and warriors. Xie Xiaoman's residence was also in the city. The two of them walked together for a long time without speaking. After walking for a long time, Xie Xiaoman finally stopped. She lowered her head and said to Yang Fan, "Thank you." Yang Fan smiled and said, "No need to thank me." Xie Xiaoman pursed her lips, slightly raised her eyes, and asked curiously, "This is no small matter. Why are you willing to take on such a huge responsibility to help me?" Yang Fan said, "Must there be a reason to help someone?" Xie Xiaoman said, "If it was like how you saved that little girl on the night of the Upper Yuan dynasty, of course you wouldn't need a reason, but this time? I can't tell that you're a righteous Jianghu wanderer?" Yang Fan said, "All right. Actually, it's because I feel that it's not worth it for you to pay with your life for such a person." Xie Xiaoman quietly stared at him for a long time. Her lips gradually curled into a smile. You're actually not a bad person. Yang Fan blinked and said, Didn't you say that I'm a lecher who attracts bees and butterflies? Xie Xiaoman blushed and said, Actually, I also know that you're not that bad. She bit her lips and said, It's one thing that you've done me a favor, but I still have to say that the palace maids are all people with bitter lives. This palace is like a big cage. Trapped in here, they won't be able to see the light of day until it's time for them to be released. It's fine if they don't fall in love, otherwise their days will be even more bitter. Moreover, if something really happens, you and they will all be beheaded. Seeing that she was quite serious, Yang Fan couldn't help but not know whether to laugh or cry. After listening to her, he couldn't help but ask, Do you think I'm seducing those palace maids? Xie Xiaoman stared at him with a pair of big black and white eyes, and said in a very strange tone, Do you think that there's any other meaning to your actions? Yang Fan said helplessly, Big sister, you. I'm older than you. Little sister, you. Just call me Xie Dui. Xie Dui, I'll tell you the truth. Actually, those girls are too bored and took the initiative to stick to me. Xie Xiaoman sighed softly and said, Good advice is unpleasant to the ear. It's fine if you don't listen to me. Anyway, I've already transferred you to Wu Qing Hall. In the future, with me watching over you, you won't be able to play any trick. Let me tell you in advance, Wu Qing Hall is where the Empress Bureau is located. The rules are very strict. Seeing that she didn't believe him at all, Yang Fan was very depressed. Those palace maids were more clever than the last. In front of Xie Xiaoman, they were all like obedient little white rabbit. How could Xie Xiaoman believe what Yang Fan said? Yang Fan could only helplessly sigh and said, Miss Xiaoman, I'm your savior. Xie Xiaoman replied seriously, Your kindness, Xiaoman, will remember in my heart. If there's a chance, I will definitely repay you. But I can't just sit back and watch you do whatever you want just because you've done me a favor. Besides, what I'm doing is not necessarily a bad thing for you. Yang Fan spread out his hands and said, Do you know that your wishful thinking is so one-sided? You don't believe my explanation at all. I'm very depressed. Xie Xiaoman chuckled lightly and said, All right, stop pretending. In any case, you're not allowed to do anything too outrageous. At this time, a lantern slowly turned from the corner of the hall. The one carrying the lantern was the little palace maid Xu Xiaomiao of Wu Qing Hall. Xu Xiaomiao carried the lantern and wore a palace dress. Her footsteps were light like a happy butterfly. Aya, who's standing here? You scared me. Xu Xiaomiao hurriedly stopped and patted her chest. When she saw that it was Yang Fan and Xie Xiaoman standing opposite each other, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Xie Dui, bro beta Persei. Oh, you guys. Xu Xiaomiao glanced at the two of them, her eyes filled with warmth. Xie Xiaoman explained, I was just about to go back to my residence to rest. He happens to be on the same path as me. Oh. Yes, Xiaomiao understands. It's just the same path. Just the same path. Xu Xiaomiao smiled and nodded hurriedly. Xie Xiaoman looked as if she was afraid that Xie Xiaoman wouldn't believe her, and Xu Xiaomiao also looked as if she was afraid that Xie Xiaoman wouldn't believe her. Yang Fan stood at the side and couldn't help but laugh as he watched. Xie Dui, bro beta Persei, I still have to return to Wu Qing Hall to continue my duty. I'll take my leave first. Xu Xiaomiao lifted the hem of her dress, squatted in front of them, and walked past them. Xie Xiaoman clearly saw that the moment she flashed past the two of them, she gently stuck out her tongue. Xie Xiaoman was very depressed, but she didn't know how to explain. She was about to leave in a sullen mood when she suddenly heard a whisper like a mosquito from afar. No wonder Xie Dui was so fierce to me, and even wanted to transfer second brother to Wu Qing Hall to watch over me. So that's why. Xu Xiaomiao's voice wasn't loud, but Xie Xiaoman and Yang Fan's ears were very good, so they heard it clearly. So that's why. So that's why. Xie Xiaoman suddenly turned around, as if she wanted to catch up and explain to Xu Xiaomiao, But then she thought that this kind of thing would only make things worse. She could only stomp her feet angrily and walk forward sullenly. Her 2 long legs spread out and she walked quite fast. Yang Fan immediately caught up with her and walked beside her. The 2 of them walked like this for a long time without saying a word. Xie Xiaoman suddenly glared at him and said, "What are you laughing at?" Yang Fan said, "When did I laugh?" Xie Xiaoman said angrily, "Your eyebrows, eyes, mouth, and nose are all obviously smiling. Do you really have to laugh out loud to be considered smiling?" Yang Fan said leisurely, "Someone finally experienced the feeling of depression that I felt just now. I can't not laugh even if I want to, ha. Ha ha." Yang Fan puffed out his chest and walked past Xie Xiaoman with his head held high. "You." Xie Xiaoman was extremely angry, but when she looked up, she saw that they were already close to Jiaqing, and a few soldiers were walking over with their shoulders swaying. Afraid that chasing after them would cause more gossip, she could only watch helplessly as Yang Fan walked through the door. The Hall of Martial Accomplishment, where Yang Fan was on duty, was an important place where Wu Zetian handled government affairs and received trusted officials after the court session ended. This palace was located on the west side of the Ming Hall. The main hall had 3 main entrances. The first one was the Guangfan Gate, the second was the Qianhua Gate, and the third was the Wuqing Gate. There was another gate on the east side of the hall called the Dongming Gate, and another gate on the west side called the Guangyun Gate. Out of the Guangyun Gate, through the Changle Gate, and into the Mingfu Gate was the Hall of Governmental Affairs, Prime Minister's Yamen. To the west of the Hall of Governmental Affairs was the Hall of History, to the south of the Hall of History was the Internal Medicine Bureau, and to the north was the Food Kitchen. To the north of the Hall of Governmental Affairs was the Women's Hospital, and to the north of the hospital was the Cultivation Academy. This area could be said to be the core area where the court handled daily government affairs. Yang Fan was on duty in the third courtyard of the Hall of Martial Accomplishment, the Wuqing Gate. Early in the morning, when it was time for Yang Fan to be on duty, he rushed to the Wuqing Gate. At this time, Empress Wu was in the Ming Hall, summoning all the civil and military officials for a court session. The red sun had just risen, and a faint red hue covered the earth. The eunuchs and palace maids were busy sweeping and cleaning. At this time, a handsome young man wearing a soft hat, a round collar robe, and a leather belt around his waist slowly walked over. "Greetings, Shangguan awaiting Imperial Edict." "Greetings, Shangguan awaiting Imperial Edict." Along the way, the palace maids and palace maids greeted her one after another. Shangguan Wan was awaiting Imperial Edict. The position of awaiting Imperial Edict began in the Han Dynasty. The awaiting Imperial Edict of the Tang Dynasty was very different from the awaiting Imperial Edict of the Han Dynasty. During the Han Dynasty, the awaiting Imperial Edict also had to accompany the Emperor to court and await his orders at any time. The awaiting Imperial Edict of the Tang Dynasty was usually placed on duty at the Hanlin Academy. As a awaiting Imperial Edict, Shangguan Wan did not need to go to court unless special permission was given. Normally, she would rush to the Wuqing Hall before Empress Wu and sort out the unfinished documents from the day before. She would leave behind those that needed to be personally reviewed by Empress Wu and sort them out. She would also distribute those that needed to be sent to the various yamens. Shangguan Wan leisurely walked to the front of the Wuqing Hall. Just as she was about to step into the hall, her gaze swept past the face of the imperial bodyguard at the side. Her leg that had already stepped over the threshold withdrew. She twisted her body and carefully sized up Yang Fan. With a slightly surprised expression, she said, "You are..." Yang Fan was also looking at her. As soon as she arrived, Yang Fan had noticed her. Miao Shenke's whereabouts were in the hands of this woman. Yang Fan's only target in the palace was this woman. How could he not pay attention to her? But he had tried every possible way to get close to her. Now that she was right in front of him, how could he ask her? Alas! The reeds were green and the white dew was like frost. The so-called beauty was on the other side of the water. Following the stream, the road was obstructive and long. Following the stream, it was as if she was in the middle of the water. Compared to this gentleman pursuing a fair and graceful lady, the current situation was not easy at all. Chapter 150. Yang Fan was thinking hard, and could not help but be distracted. When Shanghai Wan was talking to him, his eyes were still staring straight ahead. Halfway through Shanghai Wan-er's sentence, he came back to his senses and hastily saluted. Subordinate Yang Fan pays respect to Shangguan Daizhao. As he saluted, he forgot about the big halberd in his bosom. The big halberd swayed and fell to the side. Yang Fan hastily grabbed it. Shanghai Wan felt like laughing. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. "Pleased," she said. "Yes, it is indeed you. Why are you here?" Yang Fan replied. "Zaixia initially joined the Jin Wu Guards and became a cook. But in just 3 days I was transferred to lead the army." Shanghai Wan smiled and said, "Very good. In this way, when I have free time in the future, I can ask for some advice on your Kuju skill." Yang Fan laughed. "Shangguan Daizhao's Kuju skill is really brilliant. Zaixia is also interested to learn from you." Shanghai Wan nodded her head and stepped into the hall. There is a strange feeling in her heart. She turned her head to look at Yang Fan and saw that his expression is normal and there is nothing unusual. But the strange feeling in her heart is still lingering, and she could not explain it clearly. Yang Fan is deep in thought, his eyes look dangerous. Shanghai Wan has already sensed it, but she could not figure out what that expression means. Empress Wu is in charge of the Wuqing Hall. She will take a break at noon and then have a meal. Following that, she will go to Wuqing Hall. After her afternoon nap, she will meet with a few ministers who need to discuss military affairs in private. Therefore, for the whole morning, Shanghai Wan was the owner of Wuqing Hall. For the rest of the time, Yang Fan had been standing at the door, anxiously looking into the hall. Unfortunately, Shanghai Wan did not come out again. Even if she came out, unless she took the initiative to talk to him, he could not strike up a conversation. Seeing the only person who knew the truth right in front of him, Yang Fan could not do anything. That kind of feeling was really uncomfortable. Yang Fan stood there and let his imagination run wild. There will be a time when she leaves Wuqing Hall, right? For example, passing the decree for Empress Wu. When she leaves, I will find a chance to follow her. No way. This is the Martial Achievement Hall. My range of activity is limited to the 3rd courtyard. If she leaves and I follow her, I'll be discovered immediately. She has to go to the toilet, right? The toilet is on the west side of the side hall. On the left and right side are the residence of the eunuchs and palace maids. During the day they have their own duties and are not around. That place has always been deserted. I can follow her and subdue her. She is a girl, and with a little intimidation, she will obediently confess. That won't do. I won't have enough time to change my clothes. If I only cover my face, there are only a few guards in front of the hall. It will be easy to find out who left and who didn't. Don't tell me, after getting a confession, I have to kill her? Yang Fan stood there, his mind wandering. Suddenly, he heard a woman's voice. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Ah." Yang Fan came back to his senses. He saw Shanghai Wan, who he had schemed against thousands of times, standing in front of him. She looked at him curiously. Yang Fan was startled. He stammered, I was thinking, what is the matter of waiting for the decree?" The corner of Shanghai Wan's mouth twitched. She held back her laughter and said, "Come with me to the history library. Bring these files over." Behind Shanghai Wan stood a little eunuch. He held a thick stack of files in his hands. It was high up to his chin. He swayed with great difficulty. Yang Fan hurriedly agreed. He took most of the files from the little eunuch's hands. Shanghai Wan walked in front. Yang Fan and the little eunuch followed behind. Even though Yang Fan took most of the files, it was still very easy for him to carry. He spread his legs and walked leisurely. The little eunuch felt relaxed at first. However, with the weight of 10 caddies in his hands, he found it more and more strenuous and fell behind. Yang Fan stared at Shanghai Wanner's graceful back view. He couldn't help but think, this is really troublesome. She is the only person who knows the whereabouts of Miaoshenka. If I want to get information from her mouth, I'm afraid there is no other way but to use force. But what should I do after using force? Kill her? Not to mention that I can't do it. Even if I could, with her status, if something happens, would I be able to walk out of the palace? Yang Fan was thinking when Shanghai Wanner suddenly turned around. She said with a smile, "You go to the palace." Shanghai Wanner turned around. She found that Yang Fan's eyes were fixed on her, and the angle of his line of sight. With just a glance, Shanghai Wanner could tell that if she did not turn around, Yang Fan's angle of view would be below her waist, the position of her buttocks. Shanghai Wanner's tender cheeks turned hot. She suddenly felt a little angry. Yang Fan was deep in thought with the files in his hands. Shanghai Wanner suddenly stopped. Yang Fan realized that he was about to bump into her. He hurriedly stopped. The tall stack of files in his arms fell forward due to inertia. With a crash, they scattered on the ground. Yang Fan quickly squatted down to pick up the files. The embarrassment in Shanghai Wanner's heart lessened slightly. She glared fiercely at the back of Yang Fan's head. Seeing that the little eunuch had just caught up, she also squatted down to help him pick up the files. "Let's go." Shanghai Wanner picked up the last file and slapped it heavily on the tall stack of files in front of Yang Fan. She raised her chin and turned around like a proud peacock. This peacock walked in front. As she walked, she gradually became uncomfortable. She did not know if Yang Fan was still staring at her. She did not dare to turn around to look. In her consciousness, there was always a pair of eyes staring at her buttocks. It made her a little itchy, a little numb, and a little uncomfortable. When the little eunuch caught up, he suddenly found that Shangguan Daizhao was walking with a slight limp. Shanghai Wanner grew up in the palace. The only men she had seen in her childhood were eunuchs. After she was recognized by Empress Wu and became Empress Wu's Daizhao, she helped Empress Wu to manage the Hongwen Library. She weighed the talents of the world. Most of the people she came into contact with were learned scholars. Among them, there were very few young scholars. Most of them were old people in their 60s. Even if there were young officials and scholars, who dared to be rude to this Shangguan Daizhao. Therefore, she had never had the slightest experience like this. This Shangguan Daizhao had been exposed to poetry and literature since she was young. After serving Wu Zetian, she was proficient in documents and government management. But when it came to matters of love, she was a blank piece of paper. Women recruited from the common people knew more about love between men and women. But who dared to talk to her about these things? Therefore, this Shangguan Daizhao's experience in this area was even worse than a 12 or 13-year-old girl. Therefore, the life in the palace turned her into a shrewd and capable person who was able to strategize in the government and officialdom. But when it came to love, she was an ignorant young girl. Her IQ and EQ were deformed. She did not know how to deal with the situation in front of her. She knew that Empress Wu had a male pet. As the person by the Empress' side, sometimes she even arranged for the Empress to sleep with her. But this did not mean that she knew much about love between men and women. She was a girl who had never had sex. Even if she knew what a husband and wife had to do when they slept on the same bed, it did not mean that she could still be calm when she was in the arms of a man. If a servant in the palace did something wrong, she knew how to deal with it. If a concubine in the palace had some problems, she could also deal with it appropriately. The officials in the court all had different backgrounds and their influence was complicated. Even as the Empress, she had to consider all sorts of relationships when dealing with them. As the assistant of the Empress, she could deal with these problems with ease. If someone was disrespectful to her, Of course she knew how to deal with it. But was Yang Fan being disrespectful to her? Was it disrespectful? Or was it just disrespectful? He did not do anything, nor did he say anything. It could only be infatuation? Shanghai Wan-er's mind was in a mess. She did not know if she wanted to find a reason for Yang Fan to be guilty or to defend him. She suddenly thought of the strange look in Yang Fan's eyes when she first saw Yang Fan in the morning. No wonder I felt that there was something wrong with him. Suddenly, she thought of Yang Fan's strong hug on the court. Her mind was in a mess. Her delicate palms were so nervous that they were sweating. Reprimand him? That did not seem appropriate. Punish him? That was too unreasonable. But to let him go so easily, she was not willing. Wan-er's mind became more and more confused. Her usually elegant palace pace became more and more chaotic. Finally, she walked with a limp. There was a book in the streets called Destiny. It told the story of a knight-errant. A knight-errant followed a godly thief and broke into a manor. Coincidentally, he saw the daughter of a rich family taking a bath. As a result, the ranger became the lover of the daughter, and the godly thief was chased to death. The godly thief died puzzled. They had the same experience, but why was the treatment so different? Someone exposed the mystery. Who told you to be ugly? Shanghai Wan-er was like this now. Yang Fan's heroic appearance on the court and his handsome appearance had long left a good impression in Wan-er's heart. That day, Yang Fan's hug on the court made Wan-er think even more in the cold winter night. So when she found out that Yang Fan was peeping at her, her immediate reaction was to be embarrassed and flustered. If it was another person, if they dared to stare at Miss Shangwan's butt, they would have dug their eyeballs out. Finally, they arrived at the Library of History. Shanghai Wan-er let out a long sigh of relief. If she continued to walk like this, she was worried that she would trip herself because of her messy footstep. The Library of History was to the west of the Hall of Governmental Affairs. The two yamens were not far from each other, but the liveliness was completely different. People came and went from the yamens of the Hall of Governmental Affairs, but the entrance to the Library of History was deserted. It was quiet and there was not the slightest movement. Shanghai Wan-er stopped walking. Her heart was still beating wildly. The more she wanted to maintain her calm, the more she felt suffocated. Flustered, she avoided Yang Fan's gaze and ordered, "You guys, put the files in that side hall." Yang Fan did not know how much his unintentional action had stirred up in this woman's heart, which was whiter than a piece of white paper. Although her face was flushed red, he thought she had walked too quickly and her breathing was uneven. Yang Fan did not care at all and walked directly with the young eunuch to the side hall where the files were kept. Waiting until the two of them were far away, Shanghai Wan-er took a few hurried breaths. That suffocating feeling eased slightly. She pressed her chest and felt her heart gradually calm down. Her face seemed to have returned to normal. Only then did she walk towards the main hall. Chapter 151. The main hall was quiet and there were 7 or 8 scholars sitting there. The oldest of these scholars was nearly 70 years old, and the youngest was 46 or 47 years old. There were more than a dozen folding tables in the hall, and in front of each table was a futon. On the tables were the 4 treasures of the study and all kinds of books. Next to each table was a large earthen urn with many scrolls. As soon as she entered the hall, the smell of ink hit her face. Those 7 or 8 scholars were responsible for compiling history, making announcements, and summarizing all kinds of documents. Their work was relatively easy. The historical events of the past few years could only be described in 100 or so characters. Therefore, they usually had nothing to do. Other than writing calligraphy, drawing, and occasionally taking on some private jobs to earn some money, they would gather together to recite poems and compose, enjoying themselves. At this time, they were gathered in front of a table, shaking their heads and chanting. As soon as Shangwan Wan-er entered the hall, a few little eunuchs who were serving in the hall saw her first. They hurriedly came forward and saluted. "Greetings, Shangwan Wan-er. Shangwan Daizhao is here." When the scribes saw Shanghai Wanner coming in, they all came forward to greet her. Shangguan Wanner heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Scholars, have you come up with another masterpiece?" A scholar in his 50s stroked his beard and laughed. Shangguan Daizhao has come at the right time. Old Guan has just written a good poem, and wanted to ask Shangguan Daizhao to appraise it. Old Guan was referring to the oldest scholar among the scholars. His name was Guan Yi, and he was 67 years old this year. Because he was the most senior among them, he was the only one who could sit in his seat without getting up to greet Shangguan Wanner. Hearing the scholar's flattery, Guan Yi chuckled and was about to pick up the poem he had written when a scholar next to him picked it up and held it up. The scholar held the poem in his hand and said to Shanghai Wanner, "I will recite it on behalf of Old Guan, please appraise it on behalf of Shangguan Daizhao." This scholar was called Zhang Liang, and he was also a scholar in the Hall of History. He immediately held the poem in his hand and said while shaking his head, "The morning court opens in the Purple Hall, the good atmosphere follows the morning. North Ke Hua Jing is present, the east dawn is new. The shadows and fragrant mist merged together, the radiance was beautiful and auspicious. The bird's feathers began to settle, and the dragon's inscription became real. I suspect that the crown is worn into my body, and the crown of love is dear to me. Swaying in the auspicious clouds, reflecting the courtiers in the morning." After Zhang Liang finished reciting the poem, Guan Yi smiled and said, "This old man woke up early today and came to the Hall of History. I saw from afar that the Empress of Heaven was holding a court meeting, hundreds of officials were in the hall, the atmosphere was solemn. I was inspired and after thinking for a long time, I wrote this poem. What does Shangguan Daizhao think of this poem?" Shangguan Wanner said, "Elder Guan's poem is profound and full of charm. It describes the atmosphere of the royal court in the morning." Just as she said this, Yang Fan poked his head in from the doorway and raised his voice to ask, "Shangguan is waiting for the edict. The things have been placed in place. If there are no other instructions, I will go back first." Old Master Guan Yi stroked his beard, slightly closed his eyes, and gently nodded with a smile on his face. He was listening to Shangguan Wanner's praise as if he was listening to heavenly music. Suddenly being interrupted, he frowned, opened his eyes, and cast a displeased glance at him. You are Yang Fan." A young eunuch in the Hall of History heard Yang Fan's voice. He took a closer look and suddenly cried out in surprise. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he realized that he had forgotten himself and hastily covered his mouth. This young eunuch also liked to play kuju. When Yang Fan was competing in the palace, he was also present to watch. He had a deep impression of his idol. As soon as he recognized him, he could not help but cry out. Unexpectedly, as soon as he cried out, the youngest scholar Lin Shiming also could not help but cry out in delight. "What did you say? He is Yang Fan?" That day he scored 5 goals in a row in kuju, and together with Princess Taiping, fought 5 against 10, and defeated the Tubo Yang Fan on the kuju field? Kuju was indeed the most widespread and popular sport in the Tang dynasty, with countless fans. This scholar Lin was also a fan of kuju and kuju. Usually, when he had nothing to do, he would arrange a duel with 3 or 5 friends to play kuju for fun. Knowing that the Imperial Guard in front of him was the Yang Fan he often talked about, he could not help but be surprised and happy. Seeing that Scholar Lin was also making a fuss about the appearance of a palace guard, Guan Fuzi was even more displeased. He dragged out his voice and lightly asked, "This guard, who is he?" Zhang Liang, who was standing to the side, answered, "He is a palace guard. Sounds like he is good at kuju." Guan Fuzi made an "oh" sound and his eyelids drooped. His left hand pulled on his right sleeve, picked up a brush, filled it with ink, and waved it on the paper. He disdainfully said, "Kuju is just a small trick. It does not benefit the country, nor does it benefit the people. It is just a small trick to entertain others and oneself. There is no need to make such a fuss. Hearing the sarcasm in his words, Scholar Lin could not help but blush. However, Guanfuzi was too senior, so he did not dare to refute. Shanghai Wanner slightly frowned her delicate eyebrows. This Guanfuzi had always been arrogant, but with his status, it was not a bearing for him to be so calculative with a palace guard. Shanghai Wanner was about to casually say a few words to get over this unpleasant atmosphere, but Yang Fan opened his mouth with a smile. The relationship between imperial guards and these idle historians was not even close for 8 lifetimes. He did not have to worry about offending these historians. Moreover, he did not even want to be an imperial guard for long. In fact, he did not take Guanfuzi's words to heart. It was not to say that Yang Fan's cultivation had reached a state where he did not rejoice in material things and did not grieve for himself. It was because until now, he had not regarded himself as an imperial guard. He had not integrated himself into the court or into this environment. Everything he was doing now was only to find Miaoshenka and get close to Qiushenji. When his goal was achieved, he would leave. Everything here was just a memory to him. Why would he care if Scholar Lin looked down on his Kuju skill that he was so proud of? However, he could not care about Guanfuzi's belittling of himself, but he cared about the feelings of Scholar Lin and the little servant who were humiliated. They were humiliated because they appreciated my talent. How could I sit back and watch? Yang Fan stepped into the hall and said in a clear voice, I beg to differ with what this old man said. Although bow striking is not a great way, it is not without benefits to the country and the people. If we really talk about its usefulness, I think it is a bit better than those poems and prose that you have scribbled on. Guanfuzi's wrist sank and a piece of calligraphy was ruined. He angrily raised his head and glared at Yang Fan. Ignorant boy, what did you say? He said. What did you say? You said that these poems and songs are small ways? They are not as good as Kuju, those juggling things for fun? Preposterous, truly preposterous. Guanfuzi was old. When Li Shimin vigorously promoted the Kuju movement in the Tang dynasty to improve the people's equestrian archery level, he had long passed the age to learn Kuju. Therefore, he had always disapproved of this movement and even had some resistance. He was an elder of the Academy of History. The other scholars and editors all gave him some respect. Now that he was being taught a lesson by a soldier, how could he bear it? Yang Fan said, the Hebei province of Jizhou had a drought last year, and the winter was bitter cold. Now it is the season when the young and the yellow are not growing. Many refugees are begging to come to the capital. Can you compose a poem to let them have food and clothing? Guanfuzi was startled and said angrily, outrageous! How is this possible, this? Yang Fan said again, the 4 towns of Anxi have fallen, and there are different opinions in the court. Some people think that Anxi is a useless place, and it is better to abandon it and concentrate on China. As a result, Anxi has fallen, and it has not been recovered for a long time. Why don't you compose a poem to let the Tubo people give up the 4 towns? What do you think? Guanfuzi's face turned redder, and he trembled with anger. He said repeatedly, nonsense. A bunch of nonsense. Poetry is a matter of elegance. What you said is military strategy. It is completely unrelated. You are really cough cough cough? Yang Fan did not wait for him to finish and continued, on Taihang Mountain, bandits run amok. When the local authorities arrest them, they escape into the mountains. When the local authorities do not pursue them, they come back and cause trouble. The local people suffer greatly and suffer unspeakably. Why don't you compose a poem to bring them to justice? Guanfuzi's fingers trembled, and his face turned purple. He pointed at Yang Fan and said, Yang Fan's face darkened, and he said sternly, the way of literature and martial arts is the foundation of governing a country. Poetry is just a game derived from the way of literature. It cannot build irrigation works, develop agriculture, and let the people have enough food and clothing. It cannot make the country rich and powerful, serve the country, and help the world. It is just something to entertain others, and to nourish the body and mind. Why are you so proud of it? Poetry is derived from the way of literature, and bow-beating is derived from the way of martial art. Bowing can strengthen the body, train riding and archery, entertain people in peacetime, and have great use in wartime. Why can't it be compared to your poem? If you really want to think about it, your poems can only be enjoyed by 3 to 5 scholars, shaking their heads and enjoying themselves. My bowing is enjoyed by the nobility, scholars and scholars, common people, peddlers and servants, everyone can enjoy it. How can it compare? Your poems and prose require you to rack your brains and chew over the word. Every single one of them is so weak that they can't distinguish between the 5 grains. My kuju can strengthen the body, train riding and archery, and protect the country. How can it compare? Not far from the Hall of History is the Hall of Governmental Affairs. The ministers in the Hall of Governmental Affairs have to attend to a myriad of affairs every day and worry about the affairs of the world. How could they rely on your useless poems? Yu Guanfuzi was so angry that he almost fainted. Yang Fan did not pay any more attention to him. He smiled and bowed to Shangguanwaner. Shangguanwaner, he said, I still have duties to attend to. If there are no other instructions, I will return to my duty at Wucheng Hall. You go ahead. Shangguanwaner's eyes shone with a strange light. She did not expect Yang Fan to say such words and have such knowledge. In her heart, she thought that Yang Fan did not have the least bit of knowledge. Yang Fan smiled and bowed, turned around and left. Shangguanwaner looked at his back and was slightly lost in thought. Behind her, as soon as Guanfuzi saw that Yang Fan was about to leave, he angrily stood up. Unexpectedly, because he had been sitting for too long, the blood in his legs was not flowing smoothly. When he suddenly stood up, his legs were numb and his head was lacking blood. His vision darkened and he fell backward. Zhang Liang quickly supported him and shouted, Old scholar, what happened to you? Chapter 152. It wasn't a big deal for an ordinary person to be angered, but Master Guan was old and frail, and his body was already very weak. After being angered, he immediately fainted. Shanghai Wan hurriedly sent a young servant to fetch the imperial physician. The young servant hated this old man for putting on airs and looking down on everyone. On the way, he purposely dawdled a little. The imperial physician used needles to revive Master Guan. After looking, listening, questioning and feeling the pulse, he stroked his beard and shook his head, saying, The scholar's fainting this time is indeed a blessing. The scholars were surprised and hurriedly asked for the reason behind it. The imperial physician said, The scholar is old and has been sitting for a long time. His kidneys are weak and his blood vessels are not good. If this goes on, it won't be long before he becomes a serious problem. If he gets angry, his life will be in danger. But the scholar doesn't know about this. Isn't it dangerous? Although he suddenly fainted today, after the diagnosis and treatment, this old man can see that the scholar's illness is getting worse. If he can be nursed back to health as soon as possible, it will be a blessing in disguise. Shanghai Wanner asked, If that's the case, what should Scholar Guan do? The imperial physician said, From now on, the scholar should cultivate his body and mind. He must not have any emotions of great joy, great sorrow or great anger. Right now, he can't be bothered with official affairs. This old man will prescribe some medicine for the scholar. Go home and take the medicine to recuperate. After a period of time, I will treat him again and see how his recovery is. As he said this, he spouted out a medical theory. What the imperial physician said was actually a cerebral hemorrhage, but he said it using the theory of traditional Chinese medicine. When Scholar Zhang Liang heard that Scholar Guan's illness was so serious, he couldn't help but feel secretly happy. This old man relied on his seniority to do almost nothing in the history library. All he did was recite poems all day long, and everyone had to flatter him. Unfortunately, his position was the highest and his salary was also the highest. This time, he was finally kicked out. Scholar Zhang was secretly happy, but his face was full of shock. The scholar's illness is so serious? Scholar Lin, I'll have to trouble you to find a carriage and have it wait outside the illustrious Virtue Gate. My colleagues and I will take care of Scholar Guan for now, and then we'll help him out. Lin Shiming was the youngest, naturally he would be the one to run the errands. Without another word, he hastily went out of the palace to prepare the carriage. On her side, Shanghai Wanner looked after him until several scholars helped Guan Fuzi out of the palace. Only then did she return to Wu Qingdian. When Shanghai Wanner returned to Wu Qing Hall, she saw Yang Fan standing there shyly with his chest puffed out. She glared at him fiercely and said with a straight face, "Come in with me." Here. Yang Fan followed behind Shanghai Wanner and walked inside. After a few steps, Shanghai Wanner felt as if there was a pair of eyes staring at her from behind. Her back felt itchy, her waist felt stiff, and her whole body felt uncomfortable. Suddenly, she stopped and turned around. She rolled her eyes at Yang Fan and said angrily, "You walk in front." Shanghai Wanner had always been dignified and elegant. She rarely showed such an angry expression. When she rolled her eyes, she had an indescribable charm, which made Yang Fan's heart skip a beat. Yang Fan was baffled. He did not know why Shanghai Wanner wanted him to walk in front, so he followed her words and walked in the front. Shanghai Wanner followed behind him, and indeed felt a lot more comfortable. The two of them entered the side hall. Yang Fan looked left and right and turned his head around in bewilderment. Shanghai Wanner did not pay him any attention. She walked over and gracefully sat down on a luohan bed. She stared at him and said, "Guan Fuzi is the historian Guan Xiuji, Hongwen Guan Shushi. You are just a little imperial bodyguard, how dare you to contradict him?" Yang Fan said, "Even if he is the current prime minister, lowly officer must have committed a mistake and died in his hands before he can punish me. Could it be that just because his official position is higher than mine, he can do whatever he wants? Even if he is lowly officer Shangguan, there is no such logic in the world, right? Why can't lowly officer argue?" Shanghai Wanner angrily said, "You still dare to say it? You are just a little imperial bodyguard, you are unreasonable. Offending him is not a good thing. Guan Fuzi is already old, his qi and blood are both weak. Because of your anger, he was carried home to recuperate. If by any chance something bad happens to him, won't it be a big trouble for you?" Yang Fan could not help laughing. "That's strange," he said. "Daizhao keeps saying that lowly officer contradicted him, but Daizhao was also present at the time, you should have seen it clearly. Obviously he insulted me first, lowly officer argued with him a few words, how did it become a contradiction? Did lowly officer use any obscene words to impose on that old Fuzi? That old Fuzi, relying on his several years of age, can wantonly belittle other people. How can other people's argument be called a contradiction? If that's the case, it'll be much easier to distinguish between right and wrong in this world. No matter how old you are, I'll just invite someone older than you. No matter what nonsense he says, you won't be able to defend yourself. Isn't that enough?" Hearing this, Shanghai Wanner wanted to laugh, but hastily she put on a straight face and sighed softly. "No matter what, you are too reckless. If Guan Fuzi really becomes sick from anger with your status, who will speak up for you?" Yang Fan could hear the concern in her voice, so he casually said, "I can't care about that." In front of Shangguan Daizhao, he said that lowly officer can't bear it, how can lowly officer tolerate it? This was also Yang Fan's cleverness. It was obvious that he stood up because the scholar Lin and the little chamberlain who appreciated him were humiliated. At this time, he turned to Shanghai Wanner and said, "You see, how much do I care about my image in the heart of my immediate superior?" However, the speaker did not mean it, but the listener heard it. His previous series of actions had already made Shanghai Wanna misunderstand his meaning. As soon as this sentence came out, Shanghai Wanna's heart jumped with a pung sound. She panicked for no reason. He doesn't want me to look down on him, so he disregards the consequences and angrily refuted me? Shanghai Wanna had never had a man make such a confession of love to her in her life. For a moment she was flustered and did not even know where to put her hands and feet. She was afraid that Yang Fan would see the expression on her face, so she quickly lowered her head and coughed softly. I was just giving you some advice on how to do things. This time, you don't need to worry too much. If there is a problem with Guan Yi's Jinqi, the striking the bow was personally carried out by Emperor Taizong, so he dismissed it as worthless. If you refute him, you are protecting Emperor Taizong. With this kind of loyalty, there will be no problem. After saying this, Shanghai Wanna felt that she was out of breath again. She quickly picked up a memorial and examined it attentively. She waved her hand at Yang Fan and said, "Okay, go and do your work." Yang Fan clasped his hands in respect, turned around and walked out the door. As soon as Yang Fan's figure disappeared from the door, Shanghai Wanna, who had been looking at him from the corner of her eyes, placed her hand on her chest and let out a big breath. Shanghai Wanna composed herself and secretly spat. What a good-for-nothing. What kind of big event have you not seen before? A little imperial bodyguard expressing his love to you, is there a need to panic like this? Although she said that, the feeling of someone expressing their love for the first time was like a stone falling into the water, creating a ripple. How could it be so easy to calm down? Shanghai Wanna sat there in a daze. She suddenly remembered that because her father was guilty, she was sent to the palace as an official slave. Now, although she had the Empress Dowager's appreciation and became the Empress' close minister, she had almost everything in this world. The only thing she could not have was the freedom to marry and have children, to build a family. She could not help but feel dejected, and her heart also became cold. After being in a daze for a long time, Shanghai Wanna sighed softly and thought gloomily, even if you have freedom, can you really marry a little imperial bodyguard in the imperial army? Don't let your imagination run wild, just focus on your work. Shanghai Wanna forced herself to calm down and turned her gaze to the memorial. As soon as she saw it, she could not help but let out a sound and immediately blushed. It turned out that the memorial in her hand was upside down all along. Shanghai Wanna was alone in the hall. Sometimes she was happy, sometimes she was angry, sometimes she was ashamed. It took a long time for her heart to calm down. After dealing with several memorials, she looked at the time. The Empress should end the morning court session, so she put down the memorial and walked towards the door. Before she reached the door, she heard a hearty laughter coming from the door. Hearing that the voice belonged to Princess Taiping, Shanghai Wanna quickened her pace. Princess Taiping and Shanghai Wanna had completely different emotional styles. Shanghai Wanna's character was introverted and reserved. Even a small action could arouse ripples in her heart that would not disperse for a long time. The more she put it in her heart and tried her best not to show it, the deeper the traces in her heart would be. On the other hand, Princess Taiping was straightforward and generous. She had the spirit of a man. Whether it was love or hate, happiness or anger, she clearly expressed it without any shyness. That day at the Lantern Festival, she and Yang Fan were enjoying the scenery of Ding Ding Long Street from the dozens of Zhang tall lantern tree. In a moment of passion, she kissed Yang Fan. If it were any other woman, when they saw him, they would inevitably feel embarrassed. But Princess Taiping seemed to have completely forgotten about this matter. That day's matter was only because of that enchanting and gentle scene. Her heart was moved for a moment. It was like a spring dream without a trace. Today, Princess Taiping came to the palace. She estimated that at this time, her mother would be out of court soon, so she rushed to Wuqing Hall. When he arrived at the first courtyard, he inquired with the guards at the gate. Knowing that Imperial Mother had yet to arrive, he was no longer in a hurry. he leisurely strolled to the third courtyard. Before he entered the hall, he saw Yang Fan standing there. Princess Taiping immediately walked over. "Greetings, Your Highness." The guards on both sides bowed to Princess Taiping. Princess Taiping put her hands behind her back and tilted her head. She looked at Yang Fan with a smile. Yang Fan was puzzled. Then she asked with a smile, "Why were you transferred to Wuqing Hall? I remember that your previous job was quite easy." Yang Fan said in surprise, "How did Your Highness know where I was originally on duty? I have not told Your Highness before, have I?" "I have heard someone mention it by chance." Princess Taiping knew that she had let the cat out of the bag. She quickly waved her hand and changed the topic. "Is it hard to be on duty at Wuqing Hall?" Yang Fan said, "It's all right. In fact, except for the stricter rules here, everything else is not bad." Princess Taiping nodded and said, "Well, how did you take turns? Tell me about it. One day, when you're not on duty, this consort will compete with you. Last time we clearly won, but you stole all the limelight. This consort has always been unconvinced." Yang Fan said with a smile, "Since Your Highness has given the order, Yang Fan will naturally obey. Speaking of which, Your Highness and Shangguan Daizhao's Kuju skills, Yang Fan also admires them very much." Hearing this, Princess Taiping became interested. She smiled and said, "In the Imperial Palace, I and Wan have always been regarded as the best in the art of Kuju. However, there has never been a conclusion as to who is better between the two of us. In your opinion, between me and Wan whose art of Kuju is better?" Chapter 153. At this time, just as Shanghai Wan turned around the door, she saw Princess Taiping and Yang Fan standing face to face, smiling sweetly. Because Yang Fan's back was facing the main hall, she could not see his expression. But it could be imagined that whoever stood in front of such a stunning and enchanting beauty must also be smiling brilliantly. Not knowing why, Shanghai Wan felt somewhat uncomfortable in her heart. With his back to Shangguan Wan, Yang Fan said, "When I was playing Kuju with the Imperial Guards that day, I deeply felt that Your Highness's Kuju technique is extremely exquisite. Although I've only been playing Kuju for a short time, I've seen many first-class Kuju masters. Among these Kuju masters that I've met, Your Highness can be called." Princess Taiping was facing the main hall. She had already seen Shanghai Wan coming out. Her eyes flashed, slightly rippling with a touch of mischievousness. She and Shanghai Wan were both good at Kuju, but the two of them had never really competed with each other. They had always been equally famous. Present, Yang Fan was recognized as the #1 Kuju master. If Yang Fan said that she played better than Wan she would firmly surpass Wan. She was confident that her Kuju was not worse than Shanghai Wan-er's. Moreover, when she asked this question in front of her, even if Yang Fan was just pretending, he had to admit that her Kuju skill was better than Shanghai Wan-er's. At this time, Shanghai Wan happened to be behind Yang Fan. When he found out that Shanghai Wan was also there, his embarrassment must be very interesting. Who would have thought that Yang Fan was also very quick-witted? When Shanghai Wan came out, she did not deliberately cover her footsteps. Moreover, she did not know martial arts, so it was not easy to conceal the sound of her footsteps from Yang Fan. When Yang Fan heard the sound of footsteps behind him, and saw the mischievous look in Princess Taiping's eyes, how could he not know that Shanghai Wan had come out? Yang Fan's expression did not change, but his tone changed abruptly. He continued, "Among all the Kuju masters I've met, Your Highness can be called the second." Princess Taiping's smile froze on her face. She looked at Yang Fan and blinked her eyes as if she had misheard and asked, "Second? Not bad." Duke Taiping straightened his face and said, "Then who is first?" Yang Fan said, "In Zaisha's opinion, among the people in the Imperial Palace, Her Highness the Princess, Shangguan Daizhao and Xiedue, 3 people are the best." Xiedue fought fiercely, charging to the front. Almost no one can stop him, and can be called a brave general. Princess is in the middle, commanding the whole situation, can attack and defend, and is a wise commander. Shangguan Daizhao can advance as a general, retreat as a commander, and has both of your strengths. Therefore, I think, among everyone, Shangguan Daizhao's Kuju skill is the best. Shanghai Wan'er heard Yang Fan's words clearly, the uncomfortable feeling in her heart was swept away, and a shallow smile appeared on her face. Yang Fan's expression did not change as he finished his speech. He secretly sighed. That was close. I was almost fooled by you, the princess. If I want to find that Miao Shenke's whereabouts, I need to start with Shanghai Wan'er. If I offend her, I will not have any chance in the future. If I do not hug her thigh, do you think I will hug yours? Princess Taiping gave a humph sound and said unconvinced, listening to what you said, it seems to be reasonable, but one person's opinion, after all, cannot be taken as the truth. Yang Fan said with a smile, that's what I'm saying. If we were to talk about Your Highness the Princess, your strongest point is that not only are you good at Kuju, but you are also good at Kuju. Not to mention that you are the best among the women in Kuju, even if you are compared to the many Kuju experts in the Imperial Army, Your Highness, you are still better than them, and this is very rare. Therefore, if we are talking about the Kuju skill, I think that, among all the women in the world, Your Highness, you are the best. When Princess Taiping heard this, she giggled, rolled her eyes at him, and said, at least you know how to talk, you will not offend anyone. At this time, Shanghai Wan'er came forward, and said with a graceful smile, Your Highness the Princess has arrived. Although Shanghai Wan'er was the daughter of an official, she was now the Empress Dowager's favorite, and her power was much greater than Princess Taiping's. Just like how Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingxi had to try their best to flatter Xue Huai, even though Princess Taiping had no request for Shangguan Wan'er, the two of them still called each other by their names in private and were on equal footing. However, in public, Shanghai Wan'er paid attention to each other's identity, and always insisted on meeting each other with the etiquette of a princess. Princess Taiping smiled. Yes, I am here to see my mother. Shanghai Wan'er said, the Empress must have already left the court, but she has not yet arrived at Wuqing Hall. Princess, please sit in the hall for a while. Just as she said this, a little eunuch shouted from afar, the Empress has arrived. Shanghai Wan'er exclaimed, the Empress has arrived, you and I should quickly welcome her. As she said this, she lifted the skirt of her robe and went out to welcome her. Princess Taiping rolled her eyes at Yang Fan, and said with some displeasure, little rascal, under her control, you dare not offend her, right? Humph! Why don't you think about who brought you into the palace? Shangguan can't be provoked, but can Taiping? In Tao Guangyuan, next to the observation platform, a group of people were playing football. There were both men and women playing football. Most of the men were bodyguards and eunuchs who were not on duty at the moment, and most of the women were palace maids and beauties. Among the crowd, the three most dazzling stars were, of course, Princess Taiping, Shanghai Wan'er and Yang Fan. Since they were here, of course, they were the red flowers, and the others naturally became the green leaves. The wind was blowing gently, faintly bringing with it the feeling of spring. At this moment, they were playing for nothing. Playing for nothing mainly demonstrated the control of the ball, a bit like playing football. Everyone gathered in a circle, and after catching the ball, they used all kinds of technical movements to bounce the ball, displaying their skills to the fullest. When they were about to be unable to hold on, they passed the ball to the next person in time. In this way, the three of them, Yang Fan, Shanghai Wan'er, and Li Lingyue, were exceptionally eye-catching. When the ball was under their feet, the three of them displayed their skills, kicking the ball in a variety of ways, dazzling the eyes. From time to time, there were bursts of cheers on the field. Amazing! It's the same ball, but how come when it's under Erling's feet, it's so beautiful? Xiaoman, look, this kick is so beautiful. Gao Ying clenched her fist, standing on the sidelines, staring at Yang Fan. That excited look made her look like a little love-struck fool. Xie Xiaoman listened to her shouting, and helplessly rolled her eyes. Xiaoman had just stepped down from the field, her face slightly flushed, and there were some sweat on her forehead. She had been playing for a long time, competing with Yang Fan for a long time, but unfortunately she couldn't gain any advantage. When Princess Taiping and Shanghai Wan-er arrived together, she took the opportunity to step down. Yang Fan looked a little less serious and heroic when he was in his military uniform, but a little more naughty and chic. Buqi had to admit that his high-spirited appearance was very pleasing to the eye, especially when matched with his handsome kicking movements, which made him even more charming. Xiaoman glanced at Gao Ying and saw her staring at Yang Fan with a look of joy. She couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Xiao Ying, do you like him?" "Yes, yes. I love him so much. He's so handsome, so cute. This ball is great." Xiaoman suddenly became worried and said uneasily, "Xiao Ying, you must be careful about your marriage. I always feel that this person has a romantic temperament and is not a good man to entrust your life to. Don't you see that he is not serious all day long, always flirting with those little palace maids?" Gao Ying was startled, turned back to look at her, and said with a smile, "What are you talking about? I said I like him, I like him. Do you have to marry a person just because you like him? Besides, when did he flirt? It was those little girls who pestered him, okay?" She looked at Xie Xiaoman, slowly revealed a strange look, and said, "Oh, I heard from Xiao Miao that you seem to like him very much, right?" Xiaoman's face suddenly turned red, and she said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? How can I like him?" Gao Ying said suspiciously, "Really?" Xiaoman said firmly, "Absolutely not. In this Luoyang city, there is no man who can enter my eyes." Gao Ying said happily, "That's good. Listening to what you said." Gao Ying pinched her chin, narrowed her eyes and looked at Yang Fan in the distance and said lecherously, "I really want to make him my man." Xiaoman said, "Men are afraid of entering the wrong profession, women are afraid of marrying the wrong man. A man is fine with everything else but a bad character. Once he trusts the wrong person for life, his life will be ruined." Gao Ying said with a smile, "Xiaoman, why are you so prejudiced against him? I have never seen him flirt, especially recently. He has been on duty in Wucheng Hall all day. Has he had a chance to hit on women?" Xiaoman thought for a moment and said, "Well, this. I have not found," Gao Ying said with a smile. "That's right, Gao Ying said with a smile, turned her head, and looked at the court again. This time, her voice suddenly stuttered. Yang Fan had just walked off the court, probably wanting to rest for a while, and Shangguan Daizhao also walked off the court with him. The two walked to the stone bench on the side of the court. Yang Fan first took a futon, brushed it with his sleeves, put it back, and politely made a gesture to invite them to sit. Shangguan Daizhao nodded sweetly and sat down leisurely. Yang Fan also picked up a futon and sat down. The two talked and laughed. Except for Princess Taiping, when had Shangguan Daizhao ever sat with others on equal footing and greeted them with a smile? Not to mention that the other party was a man, and this man was a soldier whose status was worlds apart from hers. Gao Ying couldn't help but be stunned. Xiemuan murmured to herself, "I was wondering why he didn't flirt anymore, so it turns out that he has a higher goal. He is really bold, even daring to hit on Shangguan Daizhao." Gao Ying said dejectedly, "So he likes Shangguan Daizhao, this is bad. If he likes someone else, I still have a chance, but if it's Shangguan Daizhao, how dare I compete?" Xiemuan was stunned. "No way. You just said that you don't want to marry him." Gao Ying said confidently, "That's because he doesn't like me." Xiemuan said, "This is your luck." "Humph, I always feel that he is eating from the bowl and looking at the pot, his heart is too flirtatious." Gao Ying said disapprovingly, "It's a waste of youth not to be flirtatious. It's better to be flirtatious now than in the future. Now he is spending on you, in the future, when he is enlightened, he will spend it on other women, leaving you as a idle wife. This kind of lover is tactful and knows how to make you happy. Don't tell me you like those dull and boring poor scholars? Xie Muwen. Chapter 154. Ever since she realized that Yang Fan had a crush on her, Shanghai Wan had been flustered for a long time. Every time she saw Yang Fan, she would feel uneasy. Fortunately, Yang Fan did not feel this way and did not pursue her further. Only then did Shanghai Wan gradually adjust her mood. Now Wan was much more at ease. She did not need to be flustered or avoid Yang Fan. She only glanced at him occasionally with a bit of bitterness in her eyes, as if she was complaining that he did not confess his love to her. No wonder Confucius said, "The headmaster must have been troubled by this inexplicable attitude of the opposite sex." The problem was that Yang Fan didn't know anything about this at all. After a few more kuju sessions, he got closer and closer to Shangguan Daizhao. To Shangguan Wan this was clearly Yang Fan's way of expressing his closeness to her in a more subtle way. She enjoyed this feeling, and it wasn't as stressful. Shanghai Wan said with slight annoyance, "It's so annoying. I can't beat you even if I hit you for free. Didn't you say that you have never practiced playing kuju before? How can you be better than me, who has been practicing since childhood?" There was a hint of coquettishness in her words, but it was only in her heart and not on the outside, so Shangguan Wan did not notice. Yang Fan also did not know that it was the first time in his life that Shangguan Wan had spoken to someone in such a tone. He smiled and said, "It's just some leisure time to relax and train my body. Why should I care? Waiting for Zhao's ability is not here." In fact, Yang Fan also did not want everyone to say that this young man is good at playing football. "I am a soldier now. I still want to fight on the battlefield and make great achievements. That is the style of a man." Shanghai Wan said with a smile, "Yes. This is the ambition of a man. I thought that you have been flattered by those palace maids and eunuchs, and got a little carried away." Yang Fan said, "How could it be? In my heart, the person I admire the most is Great General Xue Rengue. Although Great General Xue is the 6th-generation grandson of Tuoba Wei clan's General Xue Andu, his family has already declined by his generation. He didn't borrow any power from his family, and he relied on his own abilities to make outstanding military achievements." Yang Fan secretly glanced at Shangguan Wan and sighed, "It's a pity that Grand General Xue passed away too early, else I'd definitely request to be transferred to Grand General Xue if I had the opportunity to join the army." The general's 3 arrows set the heavenly mountain, the hero's long song entered the Han Pass. How awe-inspiring! There's also his good strategy to stop the war, his divine bravery to subdue Liaodong, his benevolent governance of Gaoli, his love for the people of Xiangzhou City, his removal of his hat to repel 10,000 enemies. Yang Fan recounted Xue Rengue's life's achievements and said regretfully, "I remember that in the past, I've seen an inscription on a stone tablet that recounts Grand General Xue's life's achievements. These achievements are clearly recorded in the inscription, the words are magnificent, the blood is boiling. It's a pity that I didn't bring pen and paper at that time, so I couldn't record it down." Yang Fan's expression was one of deep regret. Shangguan Wan couldn't help smiling and said, "Are you talking about General Xue's inscription on the stone tablet? That was written by Grand Scholar Miao Shunke of Hong Wenguan for General Xue. General Xue's life's achievements are all recorded in the inscription. It's really a brilliant literary talent, heroic and intense. If you like it, I'll give you one." Speaking to this point, Shangguan Wan smiled mysteriously and said, "But it's written by Grand Scholar Miao himself." "Really?" Yang Fan was pleasantly surprised and said, "That's great. This inscription on the stone tablet that recounts General Xue's victory is very well written. Although I'm not good at literature, I still love it so much that I can't bear to part with it. Turns out this was written by a grand scholar surnamed Miao. His writing is indeed extraordinary. Can Imperial Edict request a copy of this grand scholar Miao's calligraphy?" Speaking to this point, Yang Fan slapped his forehead and pretended to have a sudden realization. He said, "That's right, Imperial Edict, you are the one who presides over the arts and comments on the world's poetry and literature for the Imperial Court. Most of the scribes and officials in the world are gathered under Imperial Edict. This Grand Scholar Miao is certainly no exception. If Imperial Edict asks, Grand Scholar Miao naturally has no reason not to agree." Hearing him address her as Imperial Edict over and over again, Shangguan Wan unexpectedly felt that it was gradually grating on her ears. But how should she address Yang Fan? She couldn't say it, and her mood was somewhat dejected for no reason. So she said lightly, "It's nothing much, it's just that I'm handling some paperwork for the Empress of Heaven. The original manuscript of Grand Scholar Miao Shenke's inscription on the stone tablet for General Shui is in my hands." Yang Fan made an O sound and said, "Grand Scholar Miao's original manuscript, I believe it must be very precious. How can I snatch Imperial Edict's favorite? Is it possible to ask this Grand Scholar Miao to write a new one for me? I believe that if Imperial Edict you are willing to come forward, Grand Scholar Miao will definitely give you face." The more cautious and polite Yang Fan's words were, the more dejected Shanghai Wan who had other thoughts in her mind, felt. To think that he's still a man, so timid and timid. 2 days ago, he was still staring at me like a starving wolf, but now he's acting like nothing has happened. Shanghai Wan only cared about complaining about Yang Fan in her heart. What she saw was her slightly pursing her lips, staring blankly at the people on the court. Yang Fan only knew that she did not want to reveal Miao Shenke's whereabouts, and could not help but feel anxious. It was not easy for him to find such an opportunity to cleverly change the topic to Miao Shenke, but Shanghai Wan did not want to talk about it. What should he do? Princess Taiping was playing happily when she suddenly saw Yang Fan and Shanghai Wan chatting and laughing. Her mood immediately dropped, and she said that she was tired and wanted to go back to her residence to rest. Shanghai Wan saw that she wanted to leave and quickly came forward to send her off. Princess Taiping indifferently said a few words and then left without even looking at Yang Fan. Wan was observant. Naturally she knew that Princess Taiping was not happy, but she did not know the reason. Princess Taiping and Shanghai Wan were beautiful for a time, but each had their own merits. Wan was superior in that her skin was as white as snow, her temperament was outstanding. In terms of enchanting figure, charming style, Shanghai Wan was still a virgin, as clean as ice and as clean as jade. Naturally she could not compare with Princess Taiping, this kind of mature woman who had already experienced many affairs. In terms of status, although Wan power was still above Princess Taiping's, she was after all the daughter of a criminal official. Princess Taiping was a descendant of the royal family. She felt that she could make friends with Wan. Whatever conditions she had, she was 100 times better than Wan. She had a good impression of Yang Fan, but Yang Fan often showed his affection towards Wan. Naturally Taiping was not happy, and was also very unconvinced. It was just that this kind of subtle thought, how could other people understand? As the days passed, the flowers bloomed in the warm spring. The pure white snow unknowingly became lighter, thinner, until it completely disappeared. You would not notice which morning it completely disappeared from your sight, but when you looked carefully, it was already completely gone. In the cracks of the black bricks, the tenacious weeds quietly sprouted their tender green buds. Only when the tender buds opened their brittle leaves and turned into a fresh and tender little grass, would you be surprised to find that the little life had actually stretched out. The branches were the same, with tender yellow leaves and crimson flower buds. When you found them, they were already swaying with the spring breeze, creating a misty spring feeling, like a layer of thin gauze covering the body of a beauty. That kind of feeling was very strange. It was like a silly little girl who appeared in front of you every day. Without you noticing, she had already grown into a graceful young girl, and you did not notice it at all. Until one day, when her face turned red, her hair swept up and she smiled shyly, you would suddenly realize, she has grown up. Spring was a very tangled season. It was like the willow catkins that floated over from Luoyang, curling up and sticking to people's bodies. Gao Gonggong, who had just changed into a new set of robes, would angrily slap them. Yang Fan was tangled. Every day he saw the beautiful figure of Shanghai Wan come and go by his side. He clearly knew that Miao Shenke's whereabouts were in her hands, and she only needed to say one word to make him suddenly see the light, but he just could not ask. Shanghai Wan was tangled. Sometimes, when she saw Yang Fan staring straight at her, she would inexplicably be happy for a long time. Sometimes, when she saw his expressionless face, she would be disappointed for a long time. Disappointment, joy, joy, disappointment. Her heart, following the changes in Yang Fan's expression, fluctuated up and down, and became moody. Thus, the scholars in Hongwen Library began to struggle. There would always be mistakes in writing. Today, when they made a mistake in their writing, Shangguan Daizhao only smiled gently and ordered them to rewrite. Tomorrow, when they accidentally smeared a bit of ink between the lines, Shangguan Daizhao did not say a word and directly deducted half a month's salary. The scholars stood by the bank of the Luo River, letting the annoying spring breeze blow their long beards like a clump of grass. They leisurely sighed with emotion like the master of the academy. Women's minds are so hard to guess. Xiaomuan was also in a dilemma. Yang Fan was her benefactor, and Gao Ying was her best friend. She did not want her best friend to fall in love with a more frivolous man. But she was also worried that her benefactor would strike up a conversation with Shangguan Daizhao and bring him a fatal disaster. But from her perspective, what could she do? Spring was such an annoying season. It was early in the second month of spring, and the imperial examinations were over. For this year's imperial examinations, the Empress personally summoned the scholars who had passed the imperial examinations to the Luo City Hall to question them about their knowledge. This was an unprecedented event. In the past, there had never been such a thing as summoning scholars to the Golden Palace to question them about their knowledge in court. The scholars who had passed the imperial examinations became the first scholars in history to be questioned by the Empress and the Emperor, and were praised as the Son of Heaven's disciple. The imperial examinations were held for 3 consecutive days. Today was the last day. The Empress was very satisfied with the knowledge of this batch of scholars. After the court meeting ended, she still had a slight smile on her face as she walked into the hall of martial accomplishment. Shanghai Wanner was waiting for Wu Zetian at the door of the hall. Xiao Man and Gao Ying followed behind Wu Zetian, fanning themselves. The 3 women's gazes involuntarily fell on Yang Fan, who was standing to the right of the door. Shanghai Wanner's gaze was very calm. She seemed to have just casually glanced at Yang Fan. Yang Fan's gaze was also very calm. He did not avoid her gaze, nor did he stare at her passionately. Shanghai Wanner's heart was filled with resentment. Under Xiao Man's black and bright eyebrows, her beautiful eyes glared fiercely at Yang Fan, giving him a silent warning out of habit. But she was helpless to get a supercilious look from Yang Fan. Then, she was disappointed to find that her good sister, Gao Ying, was looking at Yang Fan with her eyes almost curved into crescent moons. What a loser! Xiao Man glared at her resentfully, but Gao Ying was looking at Yang Fan with red eyes and could not see her. Chapter 155. Wu Zetian entered the hall of martial accomplishment and sat down on a brocade stool behind the rolled-up high table. She flicked her sleeves and asked with a smile, "Wanner, do you have any important memorials that need to be dealt with? After dealing with court affairs today, I have interrogated 5 tributary scholars in a row. My body is a little tired. If there is nothing important, I would like to rest early." Shanghai Wanner had been absent-minded all morning and her speed in dealing with the memorials was a little slow. Usually, she would have finished sorting out yesterday's memorials by this time, but now she was still lacking 2 or 3. When Wu Zetian asked, Shanghai Wanner's face heated up slightly and she said, There are not many memorials that require the Empress's approval. Wanner has already sorted them all out. There are only 3 more that I have not had the time to look at. Wu Zetian said, "Since that is the case, I will first look at them before I rest." The memorials on the table were divided into 3 piles. The left pile was for Shanghai Wanner to handle, the right pile was for the Empress to personally approve, and there were 3 more in the middle. Shanghai Wanner had been handling memorials for Wu Zetian for a long time. Wu Zetian naturally knew her habit of placing memorials. She placed the 3 memorials in the middle in front of her and picked up the first one. Wu Zetian was an old woman in her 70s and her eyes were already a little blurry. She opened a memorial that Shanghai Wanner had not had the time to read. She slightly turned her body and squinted her eyes to read. Halfway through reading, Wu Zetian suddenly let out a "poo-chi" sound and burst out laughing. Shanghai Wanner had just come over with a bowl of wort. Seeing Empress Wu in such a state, she could not help but be surprised and asked, "Why is the Empress laughing?" Wu Zetian said with a smile, "Take a look yourself. Ha ha, this Wang Sholi is such a bookworm. He is so naive that he is cute, ha ha ha." Shangguan Wan picked up the memorial and opened it to take a look. It was an impeachment memorial from Imperial Messenger Wang Sholi. In the memorial, Imperial Messenger Wang accused the Great Master of the White Horse Temple, Great Master Huai. He said that even though he was a monk, he was still a strong man. The imperial palace was the residence of the imperial concubines. Only women and eunuchs were allowed to enter. Even the imperial guards and warriors had to leave the imperial palace at night to guard outside. Now White Horse Temple Abbot Huai entered the palace from time to time and stayed overnight. This caused a lot of gossip in the court. He, Wang Sholi, as the imperial messenger, did not dare to remain silent. He specially requested the Empress to forbid monk Huai from sleeping in the palace at night, or to remove his power to protect the palace maid's chastity. When Shanghai Wanner saw this, she could not help but want to laugh. This imperial messenger Wang was really a bookworm. He could even make such a suggestion. He must have heard about the affair between Huai and the Empress, but it was not convenient for him to say it directly. So he came up with such a tactful way. However, could this kind of advice affect Empress Wu in the slightest? Shanghai Wanner waved the memorial and asked Empress Wu, "Empress, how should we reply to this memorial?" Wu Zetian said with a smile, "Why bother with him? Just leave it in the palace." As Wu Zetian said this, she picked up the second memorial. Just as she opened it, she seemed to remember something. She looked up at Shanghai Wanner and said, "Oh yes. Now that spring is just right, I want to go to Dragon Gate to relax and stay for a few days. During the trip, the minor court meeting will be cancelled. All the memorials will be sent to Dragon Gate Xiangshan Temple. During the court meeting, all the officials will come to Xiangshan Temple to see me. You go and arrange it." "Yes, Your Majesty." Shanghai Wanner agreed and retreated. The western suburbs of Luoyang were beautiful, and Dragon Gate was the best. Dragon Gate Mountain was one of the 8 sceneries of Luoyang since ancient times. The pavilions here were majestic and spectacular. The spring at the foot of the mountain gurgled and the River rippled. Boats traveled back and forth, forming the beautiful scenery of Dragon Gate Mountain. Wu Zetian had always liked the scenery here. Every year, she would go to Dragon Gate to relax. 2 days later, all the preparations for the war were completed. The accompanying royal relatives, civil and military officials, eunuchs, palace maids, and palace guards all followed Wu Zetian's carriage to the Dragon's Gate. She also sent the Golden Guards and Qiushinji's troops to the Dragon's Gate to protect them. The large group of troops marched towards the Dragon's Gate. Beside the Tianjin Bridge, a medium-sized merchant ship that could carry 50 to 60 people was quietly anchored there. A man wearing a turban on his head and a blue robe stood at the bow of the ship. This man was about 25 or 26 years old and could not be considered handsome. He could only be said to be pleasing to the eye. He had a slightly dark complexion and a small beard on his chin. He had a rather ordinary face, but his pair of bright and spirited eyes revealed a sense of shrewdness and capability. This made his ordinary face appear extraordinary. He smiled and looked at the endless parade of carriages and horses on the bridge with a thoughtful expression. The ship shook slightly and the curtain was lifted. A woman walked out from the ship and stood beside the man in green. She used her hand to slightly cover her eyebrows and looked at the solemn parade of soldiers on the bridge. She laughed lightly and said, "We are really lucky. We have just arrived at Luoyang, and we already see the Empress on patrol. This kind of grandeur is really daunting." The man in green smiled slightly and did not reply. The woman who walked out from the cabin was wearing a cotton dress with a braided hairpin. She was dressed very ordinarily, but at a glance there was a magnetic-like charm that could immediately attract the eyes of men. This was because she was very feminine. Women were women. All women were called women, but sometimes the word woman was used to describe one type of woman. That was a femme fatale. To put it nicely, it was called a stunner. She had a long and fair neck. Her facial features were not particularly exquisite. Her fair and wide forehead was a bit too high, her bright and clear eyes were a bit too big, and her lips were a bit too thick. This kind of facial features was by no means the most perfect combination and could not be considered flawless. However, it was this combination that gave men a very special feeling when they saw it. It was very easy for people to associate it with sex. Her facial features were not the most perfect, but when it was cleverly combined with her face, there was a kind of charm to it. The wonder of creation was truly indescribable. Her figure was the same. She was a round and smooth woman. She was slightly plump and did not have a slender charm. However, as she stood there, she exuded a charm from her bones. It gave people the urge to press her down and possess her. This femme fatale beauty was called Yang Shuara. She was Shen Mu's woman. Shen Mu was the man in the green robe. What they saw was the tail of the procession. The large procession quickly passed by. Shen Mu stood at the bow of the ship with his hands behind his back. He squinted at the procession and suddenly asked, "Where is Di Renjia now?" The femme fatale flirtatiously combed her hair and lazily replied, "That old man is still touring. I'm afraid he won't be able to reach Luoyang anytime soon." Shen Mu helplessly sighed and bitterly smiled. That old man has no choice but to get involved in this mess. How long does he think he can hide for? Yang Shura replied, "He'll hide for as long as he can. This Luoyang city is filled with holes. If he accidentally falls into one, he might not be able to climb out again. That unscrupulous old thief is smarter than a ghost. His nickname in the officialdom is Old Fox. How can he not be more cautious when he meets someone like you who specializes in digging holes?" Shin Mu chuckled and said, "That's true. If he wants to delay, then let him. Anyway, the Empress has already ordered him to return to the capital. He won't be able to delay for long. Come, let's enter the city. We'll trick people while waiting for him." Yang Shurao lazily stretched her waist and followed him back to the canopy. She delicately pleaded, "Are we going to see that young Master Jiang who wears white all year round? Let's rest for 2 days and accompany me on a tour of Luoyang scenery. It's my first time coming to the eastern capital." Shin Mu's voice came from the cabin. "From Chang until Luoyang, you've already enjoyed the scenery along the way. Haven't you seen enough?" Yang Shurao coquettishly pouted, "You dead man! It's as if you've never seen a woman in 8 lifetimes. I've been bullied by you along the way. How can I have the time to enjoy the scenery? He reward my ass. You really hit the nail on the head. Ah, I'll bite you to death." A burst of laughter came from the cabin. The waiters at the bow were busy with their own things, as if they were already used to it. Chioshinji had already arrived at the Dragon Gate with the Jinwu guards. The Ministry of Justices Zhou Xing and a large number of officials from the Ministry of Justice and Luoyang Prefecture were also the first to arrive. At this moment, a large number of officials were doing the final purge around the Dragon Gate. Even some monks who were not particularly clear about their background were driven away from the Dragon Gate. The officers and soldiers of the Jinwu Guards were arranging defenses around the Dragon Gate, Fragrant Hill, the banks of the Yi River and the post stations. Qiu Shenji and Zhou Xing stood side by side in front of the mountain gate of Fragrant Hill Temple. The two of them were like killing gods. As long as one of them stood there, others would not dare to come close. When the two of them stood side by side, ghosts and gods would retreat. Within a radius of 10 feet, there was not a single person. Qiu Shenji and Zhou Lai were the 4 ruthless officials of the imperial court. Qiu Shenji and Zhou Xing were officials who climbed up the official path, so they naturally formed a faction. Lai Junqian was originally a prisoner. He relied on opportunism and informants to get rich. So Yuanli was a Persian barbarian who did not follow the right path. Therefore, the two of them formed a faction. Wu Zetian's change of dynasty was imminent. Everyone could see that Empress Wu's ascension to the throne was unstoppable. However, Wu Zetian was old after all. She was a person who was almost 70 years old. No one knew when she would pass away. Since she was going to be the empress, the crown prince became the most important issue for all the officials. If Empress Wu wanted to be the empress, the crown prince would be the most confusing. The other dynasties only had a few princes. There were at most 2 or 3 people who were truly qualified to compete for the position of crown prince. Even so, the officials often chose the wrong side. And now, Empress Wu was using the identity of the Li dynasty's Empress Dowager to take over the country and proclaim herself as the empress. She would turn the Li clan's country into the Wu clan's country. The variable of the crown prince would be even greater. Empress Wu had 4 sons. 2 of them had already died in her hands. Of the other 2, one was now a puppet emperor. The other was under house arrest in Fangyou and under strict supervision. If Empress Wu became the empress, it was hard to say whether her son would inherit the position of crown prince. Then who was the remaining candidate for the crown prince? After Zhou Xing and Qiu Shenji discussed, they set their target on Princess Taiping. In the end, Qiu Shenji tried to probe and was given the cold shoulder. Now, the two of them had to choose another wise ruler to ensure their wealth and honor would last for a long time. Chapter 156. Zhou Xing stood on the stone steps of the mountain gate, motionless. Even the frown on his face did not change for a long time. If it was not for the spring breeze gently brushing against his robe and his beard, he would have looked like a statue standing there. After a long time, he shook his head and said in a low voice, "I have thought about it and still feel that the possibility of the Empress passing the throne to the Li descendants is the smallest. Although they are the Empress children, if the throne is passed to them, they will definitely restore the title of Li Tang. Then what is the point of the Empress becoming the Empress? She can just continue being the Empress." Qiu Shenji nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, that's what I meant. That is why we chose Taiping. Speaking of which, if Taiping is willing to fight, I feel that she has the highest chance of becoming the crown prince." Zhou Xing said, "Yes. If there was anyone in this world that the heavenly queen truly loved and cared about, it was Taiping. Although her surname is also Li, if she wants to inherit the world, only a new dynasty can do so. Once the title of Li Tang is restored, she will no longer be the empress and will have to return to the imperial clan of Li Tang. So, Taiping is the best candidate." Qiu Shenji's eyes moved and he suddenly said with interest, "The empress kills her own sons if she wants to, but she only favors Taiping. The rumors say that it was because the empress strangled her infant daughter to death to frame Empress Wang for the empress position. The empress is a woman after all, and she killed her own daughter. The empress only favors Taiping because she wants to make up for her guilt towards the little princess?" Zhou Xing smiled faintly and said, "There is a reason for this. A little princess who died a few months ago does not need to be treated with great courtesy. But after the empress came to power, she gave this little princess a title and moved her to a grand burial. This is more grand than all the princesses of the Tang dynasty. Perhaps this rumor is true. However, there is no need to investigate it. The important thing is that the empress favors Taiping. Otherwise, there would not be so many rumors. Unfortunately, everyone has their own ambitions, Qiu Shenji said. Taiping has no intention of becoming the empress. Then the Wu clan's descendants are the most likely? Zhou Xing shook his head. This is why I cannot make up my mind. The empress and the Wu clan do not have a good relationship. More accurately, it is extremely bad. After the empress took power, the Wu clan was the first to be punished. Think about it. What happened to the empress' two half-brothers, Wu Yuanshuang and Wu Yuanqing, and her three cousins, Wu Huailiang, Wu Weiliang, and Wu Huayun? Qiu Shenji thought for a moment, then said, Wu Yuanshuang and Wu Yuanqing died in exile. It is said that they died of depression because they were too worried. Of the heavenly empress' three cousins, Wu Huailiang died a long time ago. Wu Weiliang and Wu Huayun were executed by the heavenly empress. Their children all changed their surnames to Viper, exiled to desolate border. Zhou Xing replied with a heh, that's right. Even their surnames had been changed to Wei, the Wei from Viper. Even the empress' cousin, Wu Huailiang, who died a long time ago, was not spared. The empress sent his wife, Lady Shan, to the capital and personally whipped her with thorns. Lady Shan's back was smashed until bones were exposed. She wailed as she died. This isn't just discord with the family. What kind of hatred does one have to do such a thing? Qiu Shenji's eyes flickered. The empress announced that they were disrespectful to the empress' birth mother, Lady Yang. Haha, I don't really believe this reason. Lady Yang was already 40 when she married the empress' father. At that time, the empress' father was conferred the title of Duke Ing. He was one of the 16 founding fathers of the Tang dynasty and one of the 8 prime ministers. He controlled the imperial army and had great power. What kind of woman couldn't he marry? Madame Yang was over 40 years old, but she was still able to marry the second wife of High Duke Ing only because she was from the Yang family of Hongnong, a prestigious and influential family. With such a background and being the wife of Duke Ing, how could her 2 stepsons dare to disrespect her? Not to mention that Wu Huailiang and the other 2 are from the Wu branch. They can't be disrespectful to the duke's wife. Zhou Xing said, that's right. Because of this rudeness, the empress took it to heart and entered the palace at the age of 14. 40 years later, when she was in power, she couldn't wait to execute her brothers and exile the entire Wu clan? I'm afraid this vengeance is not as simple as it seems. It might not even be on Lady Yang. Qiu Shenji said, the empress entered the palace at 14. I heard that she was still a young girl before she entered the palace. Is that how her beauty spread? The two of them looked at each other as if they had suddenly thought of something, but neither of them were willing to say it out loud. Their gazes met and they quickly looked away. Zhou Xing changed the topic and said, the empress placed the Wu clansmen in an important position. It was only after she had the idea of becoming the emperor that she changed their surname from Wei back to Wu and transferred them back to the capital to give them important positions. That's why I'm not sure if the empress still needs them after she becomes the empress. Qiu Shenji thought about it and said, in my opinion, the empress has no other choice. If she chose a descendant of the Li clan, why would she spend so much effort to become the empress? Once the empress becomes the empress, she has to consider how to pass down her empire. Since the empress can give up her vengeance and use the Wu clan to become the empress, then, to pass down her empire, she can only choose a descendant from the Wu clan. Zhou Xing paced back and forth on the stairs with his hands behind his back. He looked up and asked, then, in your opinion, if the empress can only choose one descendant from the Wu clan, who is the most likely? Qiu Shenji said decisively, Wu Chengxi. Zhou Xing said, what's the reason? Qiushenji said. Among the Wu clan's descendants, the most promising are Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi. In terms of ancestry, Wu Qingxi inherited the ancestral title of Duke of Zhou and the legacy of Empress Wu's biological father. So, he is the eldest, while Wu Sanxi is the junior. In terms of bloodline, Wu Qingxi is of Wu Yuanshuang's bloodline, Wu Sanxi is of Wu Yuanqing's bloodline. Yuanshuang is the elder brother, so he's the eldest branch. Yuanqing is the younger brother, so he's the second branch. According to this order, Wu Qingxi has the highest chance of becoming the empress. What does Brother Zhou think? Zhou Xing started pacing again. After pacing for a while, he stopped and turned back to Qiushenji. The empress will be staying at Fragrant Hill Temple. The empress relatives and civil and military officials will be staying at other temples and temporarily requisitioned residences of the officials. Wu Qingxi's residence is at Fengxian Temple. Qiushenji smiled. Good. When he arrives, I'll pay him a visit. I hope this time I won't come back empty-handed again. Zhou Xing laughed and said with certainty, That won't happen. Wu Qingxi is not Taiping. Wu Zetian's guards of honor arrived at Dragon's Gate. The civil and military officials who had arrived earlier to prepare went to the front of the mountain to welcome the empress. Only then did they disperse and settle down separately. Qiushenji rearranged and inspected the patrolling matters. When he returned to Fragrant Hill Temple, he reported to Empress Wu. When he saw the empress looking tired, he quickly got up and bade farewell. Qiushenji left Fragrant Hill Temple and went straight to Fengxian Temple. When the people in Wu Qingxi's residence saw that it was the great general of the Jin Wu guards visiting, they did not dare to slight him. They quickly invited him into a quiet and clean meditation room and served him a cup of cheese made from goat's milk. Qiushenji sat down and drank a mouthful of cheese. He asked, I took the liberty to visit without an appointment. I wonder if the Minister of Wu is here? Wu Qingxi was now the Minister of Rights, one of the lower three ranks of the Hall of Governmental Affairs. He was one of the Prime Ministers, which was why Qiushenji addressed him as such. The people in the Wu house answered, Unfortunately, the Empress is visiting Dragon's Gate. There are many Wu clansmen accompanying her. Because the clansmen rarely see each other, Lang and Minister Xia, Lord Sanxi, have gone to visit the Wu clansmen. Qiushenji replied with an "Oh." He was slightly disappointed. Then he asked, How long has the Minister of Wu been away? The people in the Wu house answered, About 3 hours. Qiushenji thought for a while and said, If that's the case, the Minister of Wu should be back by now. I will sit here for a while and wait for the minister. The people in the Wu house answered, Yes, great general, please sit. When Lang is back, I will immediately report to you. At this moment, in the valley behind Fengxian Temple, pine and cypress trees stood tall and a cool breeze blew gently. Dozens of bamboo mats were laid out in the forest. There were a few tables on the mat. On the tables there were buttermilk, rice wine, fruits, pastries, and all kinds of food. The Wu clansmen in the capital were all gathered here. They were all dressed in embroidered robes and jade belts. With so many people gathered here, it was as if they were on a spring outing. However, the scene was abnormally quiet. There was no noise at all. The ones sitting in the middle were, of course, Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi. These two were obviously the core members of the Wu clan. Wu Qingxi said, Everyone, I have already made it very clear to Sanxi just now. Our Wu clan's wealth and glory are all tied to the Empress. Now, the matter of the Empress replacing Li Tang is imminent. At this time, our Wu clan must work together and do our best to help the Empress ascend the throne as soon as possible. Wu Sanxi said loudly, Once the Empress ascends the throne, our Wu clan will be the royal clan. We will be incomparably noble and worry-free. Therefore, everyone in our Wu clan must do their best. Whoever is half-hearted will be the common enemy of our entire clan. We will unite and annihilate them. The Empress is still unwilling to ascend the throne because there are still people loyal to Li Tang in the imperial court. Some have troops, some have power, so the Empress has no choice but to be wary. What we need to do now is to kill all the members of Li Tang's imperial clan and the ministers loyal to Li Tang. We need to eliminate all obstacles for the Empress. Wu Chengxi nodded. Sansi is right. Now, Prince Zhe Li Shangjin, Prince Sun Li Sujie, Prince Nan and Li Ying and other members of Li Tang's imperial clan are still here. We need to get rid of these people as soon as possible. Then, we need to get rid of the ministers in the imperial court who are not willing to submit to our Wu clan. Wu Sansi saw that he was arrogant and always put on the airs of the Wu clan's patriarch in front of his clansmen and himself. He was very displeased and coldly snorted. Don't forget, there are still Li Xian's 2 sons. They must not be allowed to live. Chapter 157. Li Xian was Crown Prince Zhang Huai, the 6th son of Emperor Gaozong Li Ji and the 2nd son of Wu Zetian. After his brother Li Hong's death, Li Xian was made the crown prince. Later on, he was accused of treason and was demoted to a commoner and exiled to Bazhou. After that, because Li Xian was a virtuous person, he became an obstacle to Wu Zetian's ascension to the throne. As a result, she sent Qiu Shenji to Bazhou to force Li Xian to commit suicide. After Li Xian's death, Wu Zetian used the excuse that Qiu Shenji had wrongly killed Li Xian and demoted him to a provincial governor. At the same time, Li Xian's title of crown prince was restored. Li Xian's 2 sons were able to return to Luoyang and become princes again. These 2 naturally had the right to inherit the throne. Wu Chengxi said, "That's right. We cannot let these 2 brats go. Time waits for no one, everyone. The Empress is already old. Do we have to wait another 8 to 10 years before she ascends to the throne? We must remove all obstacles for the Empress as soon as possible and help her ascend the throne smoothly." Wu Shaoji. As Wu Chengxi spoke, he suddenly saw his cousin Wu Shaoji looking around absent-mindedly. He couldn't help but frown and call out in disgust. Wu Shaoji was Wu Weiliang's 3rd son. After Wu Zetian ascended to power, she executed this cousin and changed his family's surname to Wei and demoted them to the desolate border. So for a period of time Wu Shaoji was called Wei Jiji. Later on, Wu Zetian's power grew, and she had the idea of changing the dynasty and becoming the empress. She urgently needed a force that was absolutely loyal to her, so she summoned the Wu clansmen back to the capital and placed them in an important position. Wei Jiji was thus granted the surname Wu and returned to the court to become an official. The suffering of being exiled would have different effects on people with different personalities. People like Wu Chengxi and Wu Sansi would become even more passionate about power once they were in power. They used to behave with their tails between their legs, but now they were bossy and domineering. They wanted nothing more than to earn back the disappointment they had in the past by 100-fold. Wu Shaoji was completely different from his 2 cousins, Wu Chengxi and Wu Sansi. Since young, he had been quiet and cowardly. He did not like to compete with others and did not have a strong desire for fame and fortune. His father was executed by his aunt, Wu Zetian. He didn't have the ability or courage to take revenge on his aunt. He didn't even have the courage to refuse Wu Zetian's reward. However, deep down in his heart, he was unwilling to accept the reward from the enemy who killed his father. The feeling of humiliation, hatred, and powerlessness intertwined, causing him to become even more taciturn. He had always disapproved of the Wu clan's wild ambitions. He always felt that if a woman were to rule the world would not be stable. It was fine if the empress didn't proclaim herself as the empress, but if she did, she would bring disaster to the Wu clan sooner or later, just like the Empress Lu Ji of the Han dynasty. So when these Wu clan members were immersed in the fantasy of becoming the royal family, Wu Shaoji didn't feel excitement. Instead, he felt unease and boredom. However, because of his cowardice, He didn't dare to reveal his true thoughts and could only treat it negatively. When Wu Qingxi called out, Wu Shaoji immediately came back to his senses. He quickly straightened his back and respectfully greeted, "Cousin!" Wu Qingxi suppressed the anger in his heart, knocked on the table and said, "Sansi and I will be in charge of eradicating the hostile forces that are obstructing the Empress' ascension. After that, we will have to build up momentum and organize people from all walks of life to gather together to petition and persuade the Empress. You will be in charge of this." When Wu Shaoji heard this, he uneasily twisted his body and said, "Cousin, this little brother's talent is shallow. I'm afraid that I won't be able to handle it and will ruin the clan's plans." Wu Sansi fiercely glared at him and said, "If you really want to be in charge of everything, I won't be able to rest easy. You only need to be in charge of finding a few courageous and quick-witted people from the imperial censors to wave the flag and shout battle cries to strengthen our momentum. As for the rest of the arrangements, I will take over." Wu Shaoji heaved a sigh of relief and said, "If that's the case, then this little brother will reluctantly give it a try." Wu Qingxi and Wu Sansi gave some advice to the Wu clan's members before dispersing. In front of others, Wu Qingxi and Wu Sansi could be considered to be on good terms. Behind the scenes, they were not willing to submit to each other. Once the crowd dispersed, the two of them also left without saying a word to each other. Just as Wu Qingxi returned to Fengxian Temple, a family member who was waiting at the door reported, "Lang, Jin Wu Guard's General Qiushenji is here to see you. He has been waiting for you in the guest hall for a long time." "Qiushenji?" Wu Qingxi's eyes flashed and said, "Go, tell General Qiu that I have returned. I will go see him after changing my clothes." Wu Qingxi walked into his bedroom but was not in a hurry to change his clothes. He first sat there and thought carefully for a while. He had a good relationship with Qiushenji, but that was because one of them was a relative of the Empress, and the other was a confidant of the Empress. They were not that close. Why did Qiushenji suddenly come to visit? After thinking for a while, Wu Qingxi still could not figure it out. He could only stand up and say, "Come, change clothes." Two maids heard him and came in. They helped him take off his hat, washed his face, and tied his hair into a bun. They also took out a set of light robes with incense for him to change into. Wu Qingxi tidied up and slowly walked to the guest hall. When Qiushenji saw him, he quickly stood up and cupped his fists. "Qiushenji greets Minister Wu." "Ha ha, General Qiu, sorry for the long wait. I have just returned from a gathering with my clansmen. Please sit, 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 sit." Wu Qingxi invited Qiushenji back to his seat and sat down on the main seat. He said with a face full of smiles, "I heard that General is stationed at the Dragon's Gate to guard the Empress. The army has just arrived, so you must be very busy. I wonder if General has something important to discuss with me?" Qiushenji smiled. "I have come today because I have something important to discuss with Minister Wu." Wu Qingxi gave him a deep look and lightly waved his hand. The family members standing in the hall immediately bowed and retreated. Wu Qingxi said, "General, please speak." Qiushenji put his hands on his knees and said seriously, "I am a martial artist and like to speak frankly. I will not beat around the bush with Minister Wu." Wu Qingxi laughed and said, "That is for the best. Everyone is beating around the bush and guessing. It is very boring. I like people who are straightforward. General Qiu, if you have something to say, please speak frankly. If it comes from your mouth and into my ears, no one else will know." Qiushenji said, "Then I will speak frankly. Minister Wu, although the world is still under the banner of Li Tang, anyone can see that the Empress will change Li Tang's order and the dynasty will change." Wu Qingxi was shocked and was about to speak when Qiushenji raised his hand to stop him. He continued, "I have always been loyal to the Empress. I believe Minister Wu knows my character very well. If there is anything to hide, there is no need." Wu Qingxi stroked his beard and laughed. Then what does General Qiu want to say?" Qiushenji said, Since ancient times, when a new emperor ascends the throne, there is one thing that must be done. That is to choose a successor. I wonder what Minister Wu thinks about this? Wu Qingxi's eyes flashed. He leaned forward slightly and said attentively, I wonder what General Qiu thinks about this? Qiu Shenji said in a low voice. The successor is related to the country and the peace of the world. It cannot be ignored. Once the Empress ascends the throne, Minister Wu will not only be the Prime Minister of the court, but also the #1 person in the imperial family. Whether it is from the responsibility of the Prime Minister or the status of a member of the imperial family, Minister Wu should consider who the successor is. Does Minister Wu not have a suitable person in mind? Wu Qingxi waved his hand. AI. This, of course, will be decided by the Empress herself. If you ask me, in my opinion, the Empress has 2 sons, the current Emperor and the Prince of Luling of Fangzhou. The future successor will definitely be one of them. Qiu Shenji said. If the Empress replaces Li Tang, will she make Li Tang's Emperor and Imperial Prince Crown Prince? You must know that although they are the sons of the Empress, they are also the sons of Emperor Gaozong. They are surnamed Li and not Wu. Since ancient times, when has there been a precedent of an emperor passing the country to someone with a different surname? Wu Qingxi said cunningly. Then, what does General Qiu think? Qiu Shenji knew that Wu Qingxi did not know his intentions and did not dare to express his opinion. Thus, he said bluntly, this Qiu thinks that when the Empress ascends the throne, the successor will definitely be the Wu clan. And among the branches of the Wu clan, whether it is in terms of talent, ancestry, or bloodline, if Minister Wu says he is second, no one will dare to say they are first. Therefore, the successor should be Minister Wu. Only then will it be in accordance with the will of the heavens and the will of the people. Wu Qingxi was shocked and hurriedly waved his hand. General Qiu, you are wrong. How can this Wu dare to be the successor? Don't ever say such things again. Qiu Shenji saw that he was putting on airs and pretended to be disappointed. He slowly stood up and said, AI. If Minister Wu wants, the successor will not be able to escape from Minister Wu's hands. Since Minister Wu has no intention of becoming the successor, then pretend that I never said anything and never came. I will not disturb Minister Wu any longer. I will take my leave now. General Qiu, please wait. Wu Qingxi saw this and quickly rushed forward to stop him. He laughed and said, General Qiu, please sit, please sit. This successor, it is not that I am belittling myself, but I am indeed nervous, very nervous. Who dares to covet the country's divine weapon? However, once the Wu clan becomes a royal clan, I will be the eldest among the sons and nephews. For the Empress Empire, for the Wu clan's empire, if the Empress is willing to place this heavy responsibility on Qingxi, then Qingxi will naturally be duty-bound. At this point, Wu Qingxi looked deeply at Qiu Shenji and said, although Qingxi does not have the talent to stabilize the country, I believe that if he is wise and humbly accepts advice, he will definitely be able to share the Empress' burden. General Qiu, are you willing to lend Qingxi a hand? Qiu Shenji smiled cheerfully. If not, why would this Qiu come to visit today? If Minister Wu has this intention, then this Qiu will do his best to assist Minister Wu. General Qiu is indeed a straightforward person. Servants, set up a banquet, I want to drink with General Qiu. At the banquet, the two opened their hearts and became closer the more they chatted. Their relationship was good to begin with, and now that there were benefits involved, their relationship became even closer. Under the influence of alcohol, Qiu Shenji spoke of his plan. The new dynasty has just been established, so I'm afraid the Empress will still choose Li Dan or Li Xian as the crown prince. The Empress always plans before taking action. Ascending as a woman is an unprecedented first. Choosing Li Xian as the crown prince is also to calm the hearts of the people and smoothly take over the power. Wu Qingxi filled his cup and nodded. Shenji's words are very reasonable. Qingxi also thinks so. Once the Empress ascends to the throne, she will definitely make either Li Dan or Li Xian the crown prince. However, this is for the smooth transition of the dynasty and for the world to remain undisturbed. Once the Empress firmly grasps the world in her hands, Shenji said. So, if Minister Wu wants to ascend to the position of crown prince, you have to mix light and dark, yin and yang complementing each other. Only by planning early can you ensure that nothing goes wrong. You must know that when the crown prince changes in the future, the resistance will not only come from the officials who still refuse to give up on Li Tang, but also. Wu Qingxi understood tacitly and said, "This, I also understand. There are many people in my Wu clan who want to be crown prince." Shenji, what do you mean by light and dark complementing each other? Shenji said, "This is to do things with all one's heart and assist the court. After all, the Heavenly Empress is already old, and there are many things that Minister Wu needs to help with. The Heavenly Empress likes talented people, so as long as Minister Wu fully displays his abilities and becomes a well-known figure among the Wu clan's descendants, would he still be afraid of not being able to enter the Heavenly Empress' eyes?" Wu Qingxi nodded repeatedly and said, "This is natural. Then what about in the dark?" Shenji said, "This in the dark. A fence has 3 stakes, a good man has 3 helpers. Minister Wu still needs to befriend many important officials of the court and nurture trusted forces. Just having the Empress appreciation is not enough. You must have enough power to make people look at you. Only then will you be qualified to ascend to this throne." Wu Qingxi smiled knowingly and said, "Yes, Shenji's words are reasonable. Then, what does this yin and yang complementing each other mean?" Shenji said, "This yin is naturally to completely eradicate Li Tang's forces. Right now there are still some princes who have not been eradicated, especially Li Dan and Li Xian, these 2 princes. No matter which one the Empress chooses as crown prince, the one who can pull them down from the position of crown prince in the future will have the highest chance of becoming crown prince. I don't need to say this, Minister Wu should understand." Wu Qingxi nodded again and said through gritted teeth, "Of course I understand. The person who can bring down this crown prince is enough to prove his position in the Empress' heart, enough to prove that he has the power to influence the court. Those fence-sitters will naturally flock to him. Originally, even if he only had 70% of his power, as long as he succeeds in this matter, his power and reputation will be enough to reach 100%. And now what does this yang mean?" Shenji smiled slightly and said in a low voice, "This yang is a marriage alliance." Wu Qingxi said in surprise, "After my wife died of illness, the position of the first wife has always been empty, but a marriage alliance? Who do you mean a marriage alliance with?" Shenji said, "Naturally a marriage alliance with Princess Li Tang. Minister Wu, getting rid of Li Tang's royal family is to remove hidden obstacles. But Li Tang has ruled the world for decades. The people's will, the civil and military officials everywhere, it is impossible to say that they have no loyalty to Li Tang. If you can marry a princess of the Tang dynasty who has great influence in the court, you can obtain the support and approval of these people, and also obtain more of the Empress' trust and favor." Wu Qingxi's eyes flashed and he said slowly, "Such a princess, who is it?" Shenji said word by word, "Naturally, the Grand Princess of Peace." Chapter 158. The spring mountains were calm and gentle, like a young girl smiling. The Yi River quietly flowed in front of the grotto, flowing calmly and beautifully, like the great Buddha of Lushna in the grotto, serene and charming. The color of the mountain was a crisp green, like the shallow stream in a stream, clear and shallow, but no matter how hard one tried, they could not see through it. Yang Fan wandered through the forest, as leisurely as if he was walking on the beach of the South Sea. He liked the atmosphere here, relaxed, elegant, and natural. Among the thick, soft leaves, there were already many unknown wildflowers and weed. Yang Fan suddenly saw a few things that he was familiar with. They were tender wild vegetables. Looking carefully, there were many tender mushrooms and wild vegetables drilling out of the withered branches and withered leaves. Cat's ear, purslane, pentafang grass, shepherd's purse, broom sprouts, thorn buds. Yang Fan squatted down to pick them in high spirits. At first, he felt that there were not enough wild vegetables, but when he really picked them, they soon filled his clothes. Yang Fan was very happy. He could take these wild vegetables back and soak them in boiling water, dipping them in sauce. It would be a very delicious delicacy. Thinking of this, he could not help but think of his sister, the beautiful young girl who was like a green bamboo. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound. Yang Fan quickly wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and looked over. It was a little squirrel. The squirrel was holding a pine cone and dragging its fat tail. It stood under the roots of a tree not far away, staring at him with a pair of black eyes. Yang Fan was teased by the little squirrel, and the sadness in his heart dissipated with the wind. He pursed his lips at the little squirrel and called out twice. The little squirrel was startled, threw away the pine cone, and quickly climbed up the tree. When Yang Fan saw its cute appearance, he could not help but laugh. At this time, he heard another rustling sound. This time, it was definitely the sound of footsteps. Yang Fan turned his head in alarm. Under the forest, a corner of a white dress could be faintly seen in the call. Xiao Man squatted in the grass and dug up wild vegetables. Although she was a beggar when she was young, she didn't know many kinds of wild vegetables. She was too young at that time, and the food she got was not enough to eat. When her mother needed to dig for wild vegetables, she would waste her time catching butterflies and insects. It wasn't until her mother passed away that she and her elder brother depended on each other for survival. It was only then that her elder brother taught her to recognize some wild vegetables. She remembered almost every word that her elder brother had said. She remembered that her elder brother had once said that it was very delicious to use the chicken to make some sauce and dip it in some wild vegetables. She also remembered that when her elder brother had said this, that skinny little face that was always bruised and swollen would reveal an expression of extreme happiness, as well as a hint of desire. Unfortunately, at that time, the two of them didn't have the chance to enjoy such a luxurious meal. It wasn't until she left her elder brother and followed Aunt Pei to Luoyang that she had the chance to eat the delicacy that her elder brother had mentioned. After so many years, she had fallen in love with this taste. However, if she wanted to eat this dish, she could only go to a restaurant to eat or go to the market to buy some wild vegetables and cook it herself. Now, after accompanying Empress Wu to Dragon Gate, she realized that there were so many wild vegetables on the mountain. She could even recognize many of them. As she dug happily, she recalled the times when she and her elder brother would dig wild vegetables and bird nests in the forest when they were young. She felt a warm feeling in her heart. It's Shangguan Wei. Yang Fan squatted in the grass and saw the figure coming. It was Shanghai Wan'er. Moreover, she was alone without anyone accompanying her. Yang Fan couldn't help but feel excited. Opportunity. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Should I make a move? No one knew how Shangguan Wan'er felt about grass, trees, and forests. Shangguan Wan'er had been a slave in the palace since she was a child. When she was still a little girl, her mother washed clothes that were as tall as a mountain every day. Everyone in the palace had their own errands to do. When everyone was busy, the young Shangguan Wan'er would secretly leave behind the poems her mother wanted her to recite and run alone to spend time with the grass and insects. She had a deep feeling for plants. She would feel completely relaxed when she saw them. Wandering in the forest, she didn't need to be as cautious as she was in front of Empress Wu. She didn't need to observe Empress Wu's expression at all times and analyze every word she said. She also didn't need to be as dignified and refined as she was in front of the scholars in Hongwen Library. Here, she was completely free. She could run if she wanted to, jump if she wanted to, and sing if she wanted to. The air here was freer than in the palace. It was intoxicating. Empress Wu was getting on in years. Every year after ascending the Dragon Gate, she would need to rest to recover. This period of time was the most relaxing time for Shangguan to wait for the imperial edict. She would always find a time to stroll alone in the green mountains and clear waters, as if immersed in the gentle spring water. She would remove the mask on her face and be herself completely. This year, she was already 25. Wan who had never had romantic thoughts before, was suffering from love. She felt even more depressed, so she was even more addicted to the feeling of wandering alone in the forest. She took a deep breath of the fresh scent of plants and stood still. Through the green leaves, she looked at the river, which was as smooth and bright as a jade belt. Her feelings turned into poetry. A new poem slipped out of her mouth. The air is clear at dawn, and I admire the cherry flowers. The hawksbill turtle is the color of spring, and the colored glass ripples. I whistle on the rocks, and sing a short song as I climb the pines. Unless there is an outsider who passes by. Shanghai Wanner had just said, "who passes by," when she suddenly heard a rustling sound. Shanghai Wanner turned her head and saw a figure rushing out of the forest like a cheetah. His 10 fingers were spread out, and he pounced on her. This person was wearing the uniform of the Imperial Army. His face was tightly covered with a cloth, revealing only a pair of eyes. Shanghai Wanner was shocked. She didn't have time to shout before she was pushed down by the person, and she was firmly pressed to the ground. Fortunately, the ground was covered with leaves that had accumulated over the years. It was soft and wouldn't hurt her. Shanghai Wanner was about to shout when a large hand covered her mouth, covering most of her delicate face. Only a pair of frightened eyes could be seen. "Don't shout if you don't want to die," a somewhat hoarse middle-aged man shouted fiercely. Shanghai Wanner quickly blinked her eyes at him, showing a completely understanding and completely obedient posture. The masked man slightly raised his hand in satisfaction. Shanghai Wanner, who was somewhat suffocated, took a deep breath. The hoarse man said again, "Don't be afraid, I won't kill you." Shanghai Wanner calmed herself down and said angrily, "How dare you? Do you know who I am?" The hoarse man said, "Of course I know. You are Shangguan Daizhao. I'm looking for you. Miss Shangguan, I have something on my mind that I can't get rid of. Only Shangguan Daizhao can solve it. As long as you obediently listen to me, once I achieve my goal, I will immediately let you go. I will not go back on my word." Shanghai Wanner fixed her eyes on him. A strange expression slowly appeared on her face. Her cheeks quickly became flushed. She said shyly and angrily, You Yang Fan, you bastard. What the hell do you want to do?" Yang Fan was startled and said, "How did you know it was me?" As soon as he said this, he knew it was bad. When he said this, he forgot to cover his voice. Shanghai Wanner said shyly and angrily, "How did I not know it was you? How could I not recognize that sneaky look in your eyes? You really have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's courage." Yang Fan pulled down the mask on his face. He was dumbfounded. Shanghai Wanner actually recognized him. What should he do? Shanghai Wanner saw his appearance. Her heart was beating even faster. This stinky boy, he actually took advantage of me walking alone in the mountains and covered his face. She thought about what he said just now. Things like, "I won't kill you," and "I have something on my mind that I can't get rid of." Things like, "Only Shangguan Daizhao can solve it. As long as you obediently listen to me, once I achieve my goal, I will immediately let you go." What he wanted to do, was there a need to ask? Although Shanghai Wanner was as pure as a piece of white paper when it came to relationships, she was not ignorant of the common knowledge of relationships between men and women. She felt that she had guessed Yang Fan's goal. Her body immediately became hot. She did not know if she was ashamed, angry, resentful, or hateful. Some of the questions that she could not figure out were suddenly cleared up. No wonder he pursued her for a few days. Seeing that her attitude was getting colder, he did not make any move. It turned out that he had such dirty thoughts. Yang Fan did not know that Shanghai Wan was thinking about the wrong things. When he saw that she had seen through his identity, he was dumbfounded. What to do? She originally planned to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to force out the whereabouts of Miaoshenka. There were less than 50 to 30,000 Imperial guards around the Dragon's Gate. Where would she go to investigate? But now Yang Fan's heart was in a mess. Shanghai Wan was firmly pressed against his body. Feeling his strong and masculine body, that faint masculine smell, her heart was dizzy. She became more and more embarrassed and annoyed. A strange feeling that she had never felt before was like a warm little mouse scurrying around in her body, making her uncomfortable and afraid. Shanghai Wan-er's face was red and she shouted in a low voice, "You bastard! Still not letting me go? You? Where are you grabbing?" Yang Fan then came back to his senses. Just now when he pounced on Shanghai Wan-er, he covered her mouth with one hand and stuck his other hand on her shoulder. Because his identity was seen through by her, he lifted his hand to pull off the cloth. When he put it back, he placed his hand on her chest. Because he was at a loss and did not know what to do next, he did not notice at all. At this time, after being shouted at by Shanghai Wan, Yang Fan then came back to his senses. He felt that the edge of his palm was smooth and soft. The texture was rich but it was not loose. The softness was extremely elastic. His face could not help but heat up and he quickly raised his hand. Shanghai Wan saw that his cheeks were slightly red and her face was even hotter. She wanted to struggle but his body was firmly pressed against her. Their abdomens were pressed against each other and their hips were kissing. When she moved a little, a strange feeling suddenly made her whole body go limp. It was as if her arm was being pressed down in her sleep. It was so numb that she could not use any strength. Shanghai Wan was embarrassed and angry as she said, "You still not getting up? Get up?" At this time, Yang Fan really did not know what to do. At this time, a clear and cold female voice shouted, "Thief! How dare you?" Chapter 159. With a Chong Lang sound, there was the sound of a sword being unsheathed. Yang Fan hurriedly turned his head and saw Siemuan standing under a tree not far away. Her willowy eyebrows were raised and her almond-shaped eyes were wide open. A long sword like the autumn waters was unsheathed and pointed straight at his back. The front of her lapel was falling down, followed by a lot of freshly picked wild vegetables. "It's you." When Siemuan saw Yang Fan's appearance clearly, she couldn't help but be shocked. She had just picked a lapel full of wild vegetables and excitedly came out of the forest. She wanted to go back and cook them well so that she could taste them with Gaoing, Lan Yiqing and a few other close friends. Unexpectedly, when she came out of the forest, she saw a guard pressing down on a struggling woman. At first, she thought that it was an unruly palace guard who was having an affair with a palace maid, but when she saw the woman's appearance clearly, she couldn't help but be shocked. This woman was Shangguan Daizhao. Siemuan immediately unsheathed her sword and prepared to save her. Unexpectedly, when Yang Fan turned his head, she jumped in fright. Out of the requirements of her duty, of course, she should save Shanghai Wan. Moreover, she hated men who bullied and raped women. If such a man fell into her hands, he would definitely not have a good ending. But the man in front of her was her savior. Xiao Man had been homeless since she was a child, and lived a hard life. She was used to the fickleness of human nature and the fickleness of the world. So if someone treated her well, she would remember it in her heart, not to mention a life-saving grace. However, this person was not only a shameless perverted thief, but also her savior. How should she choose? When Yang Fan saw Siemuan appear, he knew that the situation was hopeless. He secretly sighed and without saying anything, he jumped up and wanted to run away. People were emotional creatures. Not to mention that Shangguan Wan and Siemuan were both beautiful and lovable girls, it was already difficult for him to lay his hands on them. Moreover, after spending so much time together, He had developed some feelings for them. How could he bear to lay his hands on them? Moreover, Siemuwen's martial arts might not be as good as his, but in a situation where Siemuwen was prepared, it would not be easy for him to kill her even if he wanted to. Once Siemuwen turned around and ran or shouted for the other guards, he would be surrounded. Right now, Yang Fan only wanted to escape. But once he escaped, he would have to hide and hide. If he wanted to take revenge, he would have to spend a lot of effort. As soon as she saw that he wanted to escape, Shanghai Wanner straightened her back and suddenly sat up. She shouted in a sweet voice, "You stop right there." Yang Fan's body stopped. He first looked at Siemuwen with vigilance. Then he slightly leaned his body to one side and gathered his strength under his feet. Only then did he cast his gaze on Shanghai Wanner. Shanghai Wanner stood up. She slightly lowered her head and combed her slightly messy hair. In fact, her white gown was already wrinkled. There were some dried leaves on the back of her lapel. Even if she combed her hair, it would be difficult to cover up her embarrassment. But the charm and grace that she had cultivated for many years made her movements still elegant and noble. At first glance, it was easy to overlook the situation on her body. "Xiao Man, you can withdraw." At Shanghai Wanner's words, Siemuwen and Yang Fan's eyes widened at the same time. Siemuwen hesitantly said, "Shangwan is waiting to be summoned." Shanghai Wanner slightly lowered her flushed cheeks. She continued to comb her hair with trembling fingers. She forced herself to be calm and said, "You misunderstand. I was not careful when I was walking. I accidentally fell down. Bodyguard Yang wanted to help me, but he accidentally tripped over the wisteria." Cough. "Well, you go and do your own things. This matter, by all means, do not mention it to anyone." Yes." This lowly officer obeys. Siemuwen's big black eyes were full of suspicion. But even the person involved had said so. What else could she say? Siemuwen secretly muttered. She returned her sword to its sheath. She glanced at the scattered wild vegetables on the ground with distress. Only then did she fly away. Yang Fan stood there, full of doubt. Why did Shanghai Wanner help me cover up? Yang Fan was puzzled. He looked at Shanghai Wanner with doubt. Shanghai Wanner lowered her head. She took a deep breath and gathered her courage. Step by step, she walked in front of him. She walked very slowly. The tips of her feet gently lifted, and then gently fell back down. It was as if she was afraid that she would break the thick leaves on the ground. Because of this, her body appeared even more graceful and graceful. She stopped in front of Yang Fan. She hesitated for a moment. Then, she slowly raised her face. When she raised her head, a strange captivating redness appeared on her cheeks. Her pair of eyes that were as gentle as spring water were somewhat erratic. But in the end, she still bravely met Yang Fan's gaze. She stared at him and softly asked, "You, why did you do this? Why did I do this? Can I tell you my reason?" Yang Fan thought. The corner of his mouth slightly revealed a helpless bitter smile. Shanghai Wanner saw his helpless smile. It was as if she could clearly see his restless feelings. Her heart softened. She gently lowered her head and softly said, I know you like me. But, how can you be like this? I don't like it, huh?" Yang Fan's breath was stuck in his throat. His face immediately turned red. He never thought that his coveting for her had already been discovered by her. But her understanding was actually like this. Shanghai Wanner gathered her courage. She suddenly broke through this layer of window paper. Although her face became even hotter, her mood suddenly became a lot more relaxed. She had lived for 25 years. She had never had this kind of experience and feeling. A man that she didn't hate, actually liked, not only dared to boldly and bluntly confess to her, but in order to obtain her, he even dared to use this kind of method. She should have been very disgusted by this. But she didn't know why. Right now, she only had a kind of drunken feeling. Her head was dizzy and she couldn't think of anything. For 25 years, This lonely woman in the palace had always longed for love. But no one had ever dared to confess to her. The thing that was the easiest for other women to obtain was a kind of extravagant hope for her. But now Yang Fan's actions actually made her feel overwhelmed by the favor he was showing her. So, being liked by someone is this kind of feeling. Shanghai Wanner felt both scared and a little curious. There was also a kind of indescribable excitement. She hung her head and waited for a long time. She didn't hear Yang Fan speak. She couldn't help but quietly raise her head again. She just happened to see Yang Fan's slightly red cheek. His face was very young and very handsome. When it was red, in Shanghai Wanner's eyes, there was a kind of very immature and bashful feeling. He was different from those noble young masters. He was also different from those scheming and astute civil and military officials. He was even more incomparable to those old and useless people in Hong Wenguan who shook their heads and recited poems all day. He was as fresh as the Yi River at the foot of the mountain. He was as young and tender as the new shoots of the green trees on the mountain. Occasionally, he would bare his fangs, displaying his wild nature that made people's hearts palpitate. He is younger than me by a few years. Thinking of this, Shanghai Wanner's heart that was bathed in the river of love couldn't help but tremble. She suddenly felt touched, and a kind of motherly love welled up in her heart. She couldn't bear to make things difficult for this little husband. He was still young. It was inevitable that he would be impulsive and make mistakes. Actually, his nature was very good. Thus, Shanghai Wanner softly comforted him. "All right, you don't need to be afraid, and don't be embarrassed. This time, I won't blame you, and I won't look into it. In the future, you must not." She hadn't finished speaking when Yang Fan suddenly lifted her chin and kissed her. Shanghai Wanner's eyes suddenly opened wide. Her face was full of shock. Yang Fan was really aroused. Shanghai Wanner was not like Li Lingyue, who could dazzle people with just a glance. But her elegant temperament, bright feeling, and scholarly aura made her belong to the kind of woman who was exceptionally good to look at. Even if you read her for a lifetime, you wouldn't be able to get enough of her. If Princess Taiping was the sun, then Shanghai Wanner was the moon. The sun was sometimes warm, sometimes it was warm, sometimes it was blazing like fire. The 4 seasons were changeable. If you looked at it for too long, it could dazzle your eyes. It had its own kind of lofty majesty that couldn't be violated. And the moon, no matter if it was curved like a hook or round like a jade plate, its brilliance was always bright and soft. If the sun and the moon were side by side, the first thing you would notice would always be the sun. But the elegant and tranquil moonlight would eventually steal your eyes without you noticing. Yang Fan didn't know why he had impulsively kissed her. Perhaps it was because her gentle voice had stirred up a feeling that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time, stirring his heartstrings. Perhaps it was because he had unknowingly fallen in love with this woman who was as bright as the moon. Right now, he just wanted to hold this lovely woman in front of him tightly and deeply kiss her. The young man would do it when he thought of it, so he kissed her. Soft lips, fragrant and smooth tongue, the feeling of ecstasy. It turned out that the feeling of kissing was actually this sweet. Last time, Princess Taiping's kiss was just a shallow taste. Moreover, he was in an accident at that time, so the feeling was far less profound than this time. Yang Fan immediately liked this kind of feeling. In particular, Shanghai Wanner's status was so noble, but she was dominated and controlled by him. Her lips were slightly opened, and her tongue was passively sucked by him. She was so clumsy that she didn't know how to react. This made this young man produce a kind of overbearing intoxication. Shanghai Wanner's voice abruptly stopped. She was shocked by this man's overbearing manner. Her delicate body was so stiff that she couldn't move. Her body seemed to explode, and even her soul didn't know where it floated to. Until Yang Fan's tongue entered her mouth and sucked the tip of her tongue, she woke up and suddenly pushed Yang Fan away. "You! How can you be like this, I don't like it, Shanghai Wana stuttered as she finished speaking. She lifted her skirt and ran away. Looking at her flustered appearance, she didn't have the demeanor of someone who could weigh the world and the internal affairs of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 160. 7 miles east of Luoyang, Golden Grain Garden. In the Western Jin dynasty, the rich man Shechong once built a villa here. The garden was built according to the terrain. A clear stream flowed in the garden, and the sound of water gurgled. According to the shape of the mountain and the water, the garden was built and the lake was dug. Within dozens of miles there were pavilions and pavilions, high and low, and it was extremely magnificent. Now Shechong was long gone. His beautiful concubine Green Bead committed suicide for him, and the small building where she died had already become a speck of dust in history. The only thing that had not changed was the beautiful scenery here. In the 3rd month of spring, the peach blossoms were dazzling, the willows were curling up, the pavilions and trees were setting off each other, the butterflies were dancing among the flowers, and the birds were chirping on the branches. It was like a paradise on earth. There were still many villas built by the rich and powerful here, as a place to enjoy the spring scenery and relax. The rich princess also built a garden here, which was quiet and elegant, different from the common world. Usually, there were only a few servants guarding here, but now there were many maids walking around. It seemed that the rich princess had come to the garden for a spring outing. However, the owner of this garden was not the rich princess, nor was it the children of the rich princess, but the gentleman in white that Tin Ano served. The rich princess liked luxury, and often used expensive gifts to please Empress Wu, and made friends with Shangguan Waner, Princess Taiping, and other Empress Wu's trusted aides, and the nobles in the court. She spent a lot of money on socializing. The salary of a princess was limited, and a princess who lived in an environment where Li Tang's royal family could be destroyed at any time could not have many ways to make money. The rich princess often presented expensive gifts to Empress Wu, often invited the nobles in the court, and often put on extravagant displays. Where did the money come from? This gentleman in white was her sugar daddy. No wonder the gentleman in white could be half of her home, and even turned from guest to host, and became the owner of this villa. Inside the small building, the zither players and musicians behind the folding screens had already left. The dancers dancing on the red carpet in front of the hall had already left. There were only 2 tables in front of the hall, and the people behind the tables were still there. Sitting behind the main seat was a young master dressed in a snow-white robe. Not far away from him was a green-clothed, delicate and lovely Tin Ano. Shin Mu sat behind a few tables at the side. He was still wearing a turban and a green robe with a round collar. Yang Xuerao, on the other hand, had changed her attire today. She was wearing a dark green light gauze gown and a pleated skirt embroidered with watery mist and green grass patterns. Her waist was tied with a light blue silk ribbon into an elegant butterfly knot. Her hair was casually tied into a loose bun with a light purple sandalwood hairpin inserted diagonally. This kind of attire was naturally much more gorgeous than the thistle hairpin and cloth skirt at the Tianjin Bridge, but it did not seem to be as charming as that day when she stood at the bow of the ship. This kind of feeling was very wondrous, like a wild flower full of vitality. If you insist on moving it into a pot or onto a dressing table in an elegant room, it would not be as stunning as letting it grow in the wilderness. Shin Mu was actually a fake name. Just like the gentleman in white, who was called Young Master Jiang by Shin Mu, his surname was naturally also fake. So be it, Young Master Jiang said indifferently. Wu Mei's ascension to the throne is already unstoppable. Rather than a mantis trying to stop a chariot, it is better to lend her a helping hand and help her ascend the throne earlier. This will instead leave behind some firewood for Li Tang. Shin Mu said. Once Empress Wu ascends the throne, Young Master Jiang cut him off. So what if Wu Mei has not ascended the throne yet? The more we obstruct her, the more she will use the descendants of the commoners to suppress us aristocratic families. It is better to do the opposite. She is already an old woman, and none of the Wu family's descendants are capable. Right now, we only need to wait and see. When the time comes, we will lend a little help and easily change the world. Young Master Jiang said proudly, "The world will always change, but the heavenly Tao will not. We, the aristocratic families, use the scriptures as our foundation, which is equivalent to grasping the foundation of the country. Even if the country is destroyed and the emperors and generals are replaced, they will still need to use us. What is there to be afraid of?" Listening to his words, the two's discussion was nearing its end. The dishes on the table in front of young Master Jiang were barely touched. On the other hand, Shen Mu's table to the side was a mess of cups and plates. Chicken bones, fish bones, alpacas, and camel hooves were scattered everywhere. Shen Mu picked up a piece of gelatinous and delicious bear paw and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it deliciously. Seeing this, young Master Jiang lowered his head and covered his mouth with a handkerchief. He coughed softly to hide the disgust on his face. Yang Shurao glared at Shen Mu reproachfully. She took a clean white handkerchief and gently wiped the soup that spilled from the corner of his mouth. Shen Mu smiled. When Shen Mu first heard of young Master's plan, I was worried that I would play with fire and burn myself. Today, I rushed to Luojing and personally listened to young Master's overall plan. My heart is finally at ease. Young Master is talented and resourceful. Shen Mu sincerely admires you. With young Master guarding Luojing, nothing will go wrong. Young Master Jiang said arrogantly, "With my plan, nothing will go wrong. However, there are many things that it is not convenient for my obvious sect to do. I specially called you here because there are some places where your hidden sect can show off your skills. Wu Mei's ascension to the throne is imminent. Your people must cooperate with my actions at all times." Young Master Jiang glanced at him and said, "This courtyard is the princess's courtyard. It is quiet and safe. You can stay here." Shen Mu smiled. "Thank you, young master. I have already arranged my own accommodation in Luojing. I can settle down tomorrow. This courtyard is the princess's courtyard after all. It is more eye-catching. I will only stay here for a night." Young Master Jiang said indifferently, "Up to you." He stood up and walked behind the screen. He did not look at Shen Mu again, nor did he look at the troublemaker beside him. Shen Mu was just a disciple of a side branch. That woman was originally a wine hostess in Chang'an City. She had a lowly status and was not worthy of his attention. Shen Mu did not stand up. He only smiled and said, "Young master, take care." Tin Ano stood up, smiled and nodded at them. He then followed behind young Master Jiang and left. Yang Shurao wrinkled her nose and said to Shen Mu, "This guy with a coffin-like face is the young Master Jiang you were talking about? What a condescending look." Shen Mu smiled. "Why, don't you feel that he is elegant like a dragon among men?" Yang Shurao held her stomach and made a nauseating gesture. She curled her lips and said, "Such an arrogant and repulsive guy can be called a dragon among men?" She glanced at the almost untouched food on young Master Jiang's table and said, "Look at his half-dead appearance. He eats like a chicken. What a waste of a table of delicacies." Shen Mu said, "You don't know this. This young Master Jiang has a serious obsession with cleanliness since he was young. If he sees someone spitting, he will vomit for a long time. Therefore, when he goes out, he rarely rolls up the curtains because he is afraid of meeting unclean passers-by. Just now, I must have eaten too much and affected his appetite." Yang Shurao suddenly said, "I was wondering why you look like a reincarnated hungry ghost today. You did it on purpose, didn't you?" Shen Mu winked at her and said with a smile, "I was also curious and wanted to see how clean he is. I heard." Shen Mu looked around and said in a low voice, "I heard that this person's obsession with cleanliness has reached an unimaginable level. Even when a man and a woman are having sex, he feels disgusted when touching a woman's body. After he married his wife, He still slept alone and never slept with her. Later on, in order to continue the family line, he had no choice but to have sex with his wife a few times. After sex, he would wash for 4 to 6 hours and change water 7 to 8 times. To him, it's like he's being tortured. Yang Shurao said in disbelief, "There is actually such a strange person in the world." Shin Mu pinched her plump buttocks and said with a low laugh, "So, you should be glad that your husband does not have such a strange hobby. Otherwise, you will be a widow. Let's go. I am a little tired from the journey. Let's go back to the room and rest." Yang Shurao winked at him and said in a sweet voice, "Just rest?" Shin Mu pretended to be surprised and said, "What else can we do other than rest? We came all the way from Chang'an to here. My wife, don't you feel tired?" Yang Shurao said angrily, "Let's go. Let's go back and rest. If you dare to have any ideas on me later, I will bite off your penis." The court meeting was held on the third day after Wu Zetian entered the Dragon Gate. The court meeting was held in the stone building of Xiangshan Temple. In order to avoid unnecessary travel between Luoyang and the Dragon Gate Mountain, the Empress decreed that officials who did not have any important affairs did not have to go to Xiangshan Temple to attend the court meeting. Therefore, there were not many people attending the court meeting today. Yang Fan patrolled below the stone building with his saber. The architecture here was different from the palace. In addition, there were no idle people in the temple or even the entire Dragon Gate Mountain other than monks. There were Jin Wu guards stationed outside, so the security was not very heavy. He also did not need to hold his halberd and stand on the narrow stone steps to go up the building. Wu Zetian slowly walked over. Today, she had also changed into men's clothes. Behind her, there were no palace maids fanning her and many guards of honor. It seemed that in this mountain, everything was simple for her and she was much more relaxed. Wu Zetian, who had changed into men's clothes, still had a fair and delicate complexion. However, it was not as good as when women wore makeup to hide their age. Shanghai Wan who was wearing a round collar robe and a soft-legged headgear, helped her up the stone steps step by step. After more than a dozen stone steps, when she reached the platform where Yang Fan was standing, Wu Zetian was already a little out of breath. Shanghai Wan considerately helped her to stop and let her catch her breath. The civil and military officials patiently followed behind. From the platform down, from the stone steps to the stone path under the shade of the trees, they formed a long line. When Shanghai Wan helped Wu Zetian up the stairs, her eyes were carefully looking at the ground, afraid that if she was not careful, she would trip the Empress. Only when she stood still on the platform did she raise her head. As soon as she raised her head, she saw Yang Fan. Yang Fan was standing on the side of the platform with his saber in hand. A pair of bright eyes was staring at her. Shanghai Wan was shocked. She quickly turned her head and looked away in a panic. Yang Fan looked at the side of her face that was as pink as egg white. He watched a crimson tide climb from her ears to her cheeks, until the jade-like face turned into a bright red agate. The love in Yang Fan's heart was like a tide, overflowing layer by layer. This woman is really very cute. Chapter 161. Being stared at by Yang Fan, Shanghai Wan-er's chest rose and fell more intensely and her breathing became more rapid. She seemed to be panting more heavily than Wu Zetian next to her. Wu Zetian stood still. She felt that after climbing a dozen steps, her legs were sore and she was short of breath. She couldn't help but feel sad. Alas! After all, I'm getting old. I've only walked a few steps and, suddenly seeing Shanghai Wan-er's flushed face and rapid breathing, Wu Zetian was in a good mood. She puffed out her chest and said, Wan-er is so young, but she's even worse than me. It seems that it's not because I'm getting old, but because the stone steps here are too steep. Shanghai Wan-er restrained herself for a long time. Finally, she couldn't help but quietly turn her head and quickly glance at Yang Fan. It was just a glance, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. His eyes immediately moved away like a startled deer, and then, as if there was a magnet attracting her, she slowly moved back. After several confrontations like this, Shanghai Wanner finally stopped hiding. On her pretty face there was a kind of indescribable beauty in her eyes. She stared at Yang Fan with a hint of annoyance and joy, and then slightly lowered her head. In the shimmering light, there was a hint of spring, like the willow branches on the branches rippling in the wind. Xie Xiaoman was dressed in a robe with a leather belt around her waist. She didn't look like she was carrying any weapons. Today, she and Gao Ying were not accompanying the Empress, so they were only acting as outer guards. From her vantage point, she could clearly see Yang Fan and Shangguan Wan flirting with each other. Xie Xiaoman's last shred of doubt finally vanished. It turned out that they really had feelings for each other. In this case, there was really no need for her to fight for justice. But when he was sure that Yang Fan and Shangguan Wan were really in love with each other, his prejudice against Yang Fan disappeared, and he began to worry about his savior again. Shangguan Daizhao is of such a high status. How can you and her be together? Wu Zetian rested for a while, and then continued to walk into the stone building. Shanghai Wanner gave Yang Fan a deep look, calmed herself down, and helped Wu Zetian up the steps. Although it was just a little flirting, Wan Er's heart was as sweet as honey. That kind of indescribable joy was something she had never experienced before. People often say that women are the most beautiful when they are in love. Wan Er was like that right now. Almost in an instant, her skin, which was as white as the moon, became even more beautiful. There was a faint red glow in her white skin. Wu Zetian entered the stone building and took her seat in the court. The outside of the building became quiet. Gao Ying glanced at Yang Fan with hidden bitterness. Her idol seemed to have suddenly become less charming when she found a lover. Xie Xiaoman thought about the unattainable status of Shanghai Wan and felt that she had an obligation to admonish her savior, so she gathered her courage and walked towards him. Ahem! Xie Xiaoman walked to Yang Fan's side and pretended to look left and right. Then, she coughed softly. Yang Fan looked straight ahead and did not pay attention to her. Xie Xiaoman leaned back against the stone railing, stole a glance at him, and coughed twice. Yang Fan slowly turned around and said with a smile, "Xie Dui, have you caught a cold? If you are not feeling well, you might as well ask for a leave and go back early to rest." Yu Xiaoman glared at him fiercely, then lowered her voice and said, "Come here, I have something to say to you." "What do you want to say, Captain?" Yang Fan said as he leaned forward. Xie Xiaoman uncomfortably took a step back and frowned. "Why are you so close? It's not like I can't hear you." Yang Fan chuckled, stood up straight and said, "Please speak, County Commandant." "Well, this," Xie Xiaoman looked around and covered her mouth with her hand. "That, you like Shangguan Daizhao, don't you?" Yang Fan rolled his eyes, nodded and said, "Yes, why?" Xie Xiaoman said, "Ahem, this. Shangguan Daizhao is gentle, elegant, knowledgeable, and beautiful. She is an outstanding woman." Yang Fan nodded. Yes, it's rare that Miss Xiaoman has the same opinion as me." Xie Xiaoman rolled her eyes at him and said, "But Shangguan Daizhao is the Empress's favorite. The Empress can't live without her. I'm afraid she won't let her leave the palace to marry and have children." Oh, Xie Xiaoman glanced at him and mustered up her courage to continue. Even if the Empress were to show mercy and allow Shangguan Daizhao to marry and have children, with Shangguan Daizhao's status, she would only marry a noble family or an important court official. Yang Fan looked at her strangely. Then what does Xie Dui mean? Xiaoman felt a little guilty. Shangguan Daizhao used to be surrounded by hundreds of beauties in the kingdom of fragrance. But she had been so critical of him. Now that he had turned over a new leaf, she came to break them up. But she really felt that a guard like Yang Fan was not a good match for Shangguan Daizhao. If she forced herself to be with Shangguan Daizhao, she would get into trouble sooner or later. Thinking of this, Xiemuan was a little embarrassed and said, "I mean, cough, you see, you're my savior. I, Xiemuan, am not someone who doesn't know how to be grateful. I can't just watch you, huh? I mean, in fact, you and Shangguan Daizhao, is not very suitable. And once this matter is known by the Empress, you may be killed. Oh! So, I think you should be more rational. Don't be delusional. Yang Fan said with a smile that was not a smile. I have always been puzzled. Why is it that no matter what I do, County Commandant Xie always wants to break us up? Now, I finally understand. Xie Xiaoman asked curiously, What do you understand? Yang Fan said, Could it be that Miss Xiaoman is doing this because you like me? Xie Xiaoman said, Ah? Yang Fan said, You see, you also said that I'm your savior. The best way to repay a savior is to devote yourself to me. Besides, you are not happy that I am with the palace maid. Now that I am with Shangguan Daizhao, you are not happy. Isn't it obvious? Xie Xiaoman said, What do you mean? I think. I am a little confused. Yang Fan said with a straight face, County Commandant Xie, I know you like me. In fact, I quite like you too. How about this, after Shangguan Daizhao and I become husband and wife, I will take you as my concubine. You see, a prince can take a concubine. With Shangguan Daizhao's gentle personality, she will not stop me. Just wait for a few years, okay? Xie Xiaoman was so angry that she was tongue-tied. Her face was red. Ba ba ba. In your dreams, my good intentions are treated as ill intentions. Which eye of mine fell for you? Even if I can't get married, I will never marry a stinking monk, a dead scoundrel, a pervert, a pervert. Yang Fan picked his ears and pretended to be happy. He smiled leisurely and said, The sound of nature is really nice to hear. Xie Xiaoman was even angrier. Shameless pervert. Despicable and shameless. Treacherous and filthy. Xiaoman, hurry up and enter the hall. Xie Xiaoman was cursing to her heart's content when she suddenly heard Gao Ying calling her from afar. Turning her head to look, she didn't know when Gao Ying had already arrived at the entrance of the stone building and was waving at her from afar. Xie Xiaoman knew that Gao Ying must have summoned her from the palace hall. She glared at Yang Fan and angrily ran up the stairs. Yang Fan looked at her back and smiled without saying a word. This little girl was really interesting. She was obviously an innocent little girl, but she always wanted to be a big sister who liked to worry for others. Xie Xiaoman entered the stone building. After a short while, he saw her and Gao Ying hurrying out of the stone building. The two of them looked serious. When they passed by him, they didn't even look at him. The two quickly went down the stone step. After a while, the general of the left guards of Jin Wu, Qiushenji, also came out of the stone building with a serious expression. Nay. A horse neighed. Yang Fan turned his head and saw Xiemuan and Gao Ying in military uniforms, each riding a fine horse. They had just stopped at the bottom of the stone steps when a large group of imperial guards rushed over. Qiushenji quickly walked down the stone step. An imperial guard brought a horse over. Qiushenji turned over and mounted the horse. Accompanied by Xiemuan and Gao Ying, they left. The Dragon Gate mountain was quiet at night. Tens of thousands of people were scattered inside, but they couldn't cause any trouble. The soldiers didn't know what happened during the morning court, and they didn't bother to ask. Especially the soldiers who were stationed in the palace for a long time, they had developed the habit of pretending to be deaf and dumb. The daily life of the soldiers stationed in the palace was more boring than that of the eunuchs in the palace. Being in the mountain was much more comfortable than being in the palace with strict rules. Especially with the tens of thousands of troops of the Jin Wu guards surrounding the Dragon Gate mountain, their daily tasks were even more leisurely. The Dragon Gate mountain was a royal garden, and ordinary people were not allowed to enter. Therefore, there were all kinds of wild animals active on the mountain. The guards used all kinds of methods to catch many wild animals such as pheasants, rabbits, ducks, and snake. With a simple process they could make delicious food. In the evening, the guards built a bonfire in the mountain and roasted the delicacies of the wild animals. Apart from not being able to drink or sing loudly, it was just like a scene of a spring picnic. Yang Fan was also among them. He held a wooden stick in his hand and gently turned a wild rabbit over the fire. The rabbit meat was almost cooked, and the fat dripped into the fire, sizzling. The red light of the fire reflected Yang Fan's young face. There was a mysterious and sweet smile on his lips. This young man who was experiencing his first awakening of love finally had the shadow of the opposite sex in his heart. This was a very novel experience for him. On the night of the Lantern Festival, Princess Taiping's kiss opened a crack in his heart. But strictly speaking, that was not love. He never had delusions of marrying a princess, and it was not because he was aroused that he took the initiative to kiss her. But at this moment, the Shanghai one lingering in his heart gave him a completely different feeling. He liked the warm feeling of having a woman in his heart. Looking at the red flame, he even fantasized that if he could get rid of his enemy without anyone noticing and maintain his current identity, then one day he would find his sister and marry Warner, whom he admired. A family of 3, happy and harmonious, how wonderful that would be!